And now we are live. I'd like to call to order the July 21st, 2026 Committee of the Whole meeting. Are there any declarations of interest from members of Council? Council, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So a couple items here. As the first two relates to item E1, the addition of the deputation, and then item J2, and it's regarding the zoning bylaw amendment as it relates to 291 Mount Albert Road. And as I previously declared, I have family members residing on Valley View, which is directly adjacent to this property that's up for discussion. And then as it relates to items J3 and 4, again, as I continually previously declared, the designation of the heritage properties. I own a company which owns one of the properties being named in one of the heritage designation groups, so I'll be stepping back from those discussions. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone else? Not seeing anyone interested at this time. We have declaration of interest. Are there any declaration of interest from Council? And we've just covered that right now. I'm at item C, land acknowledgement statement. The town of East Gwillimbury recognizes and acknowledges the lands originally used and occupied by the First Peoples of the Williams Treaty First Nations and other Indigenous peoples. And on behalf of Council, I thank them for sharing this land. We also acknowledge the Chippewas of Georgina Island First Nation as East Gwillimbury's closest First Nation community and recognize the unique relationship the Chippewas have with the lands and the waters of this territory. They are the water protectors and environmental stewards of these lands, and we join them in these responsibilities. I want to acknowledge the devastating wildfires currently burning in northern Ontario, causing forced evacuations of 24 communities, including 10 First Nations communities. Many have lost everything they own, escaping only with the clothes that they were wearing. There are several organizations collecting donations, including Canadian Red Cross. Please, if you can, consider donating to these communities. Are there any community announcements from members of Council? Not seeing any, I will move. Please go ahead.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to acknowledge this is Councillor Susan Leahy's birthday today, so I just wanted to wish her a very happy birthday and wonderful that we can spend time together. There you go.
Thank you very much. I will move to item E. Before we begin hearing from deputants, I'd like to outline expectations for conduct at this meeting. All participants are expected to conduct themselves respectfully and in accordance with the town's procedure bylaw. Disruptive behavior, including interruptions or inappropriate language, will not be tolerated. Each deputant will have up to 5 minutes to speak unless otherwise approved and must limit their remarks to the subject to which they have been granted approval. As a reminder, deputants shall not speak disrespectfully of any person, use offensive or unparliamentary language, speak on matters outside their approved topic, or disobey the rules of the procedure or a decision of the chair. If there is disorder or a breach of these rules, I may curtail a deputation or rule it concluded, and individuals may be asked to leave. We will now proceed. The first one we have today is B. Sangster making a deputation to committee regarding J2 Development Services Planning Branch Report DS 2026-22 Zoning Bylaw Amendment Application 291 Mount Albert Road GHD Group. Welcome. Good to have you with us today.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Mayor, members of council and town staff. Thank you for including me on today's agenda. I submitted some slides yesterday to the clerk and they circulated to yourselves. I asked through you, Madam Mayor, I would like to please request council's permission to be able to show and speak to them today. The clerk has them set up if necessary.
Yeah. Committee, okay with having a look at this at this point? I'm seeing no objections, so go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to use my time today to focus on 3 main points that we have. Sorry, I'm just looking where the slides are. Okay. Next slide. Thanks, Amanda. Amanda's following along with me. I'm going to be fast, sorry, just to adhere to my time. Connecting these 2 dead-end streets is the biggest issue residents have with this application for a variety of reasons, including traffic increase, pedestrian safety, especially in a school zone, construction vehicles, noise, dust, mess, etc., decreased property values, expected quality of life living on a dead-end street. Next slide, please. This map shows the application of Valley View and Tyson. You can see there's another application just up the road on the north side of Mount Albert Road that is allowed access to Mount Albert Road. This is 464 Mount Albert Road. I'll show in the next slides. Next slide, please. On the Google map, you can see it's much closer to the intersection, the signalized intersection of Holland River and Colony Trail. Next slide, please. Here's measurements of it. You can see if we provided an entrance where the existing driveway is on 291 Mount Albert Road, it's approximately 270 meters to that intersection. Next slide, please. Whereas the one at 464 Mount Albert Road, the entrance is approximately 170 meters, which is 100 meters closer to that intersection. That's pretty significant when you're talking traffic speed patterns, flow, and safety. And so far, that application has not been denied its entrance onto Mount Albert Road. So I'm showing this because there are opportunities for the town to work with the applicant and York Region to have access to Mount Albert Road from 291 Mount Albert Road. I know there's a number of other factors, but just pointing out that there is something just down the road there. Next slide, please. Conforming to the existing neighborhood, there's a number of issues they have just with the house and property sizes. Next slide, please. If you're not familiar, this is what houses look like on Tyson. These are more single-story ones. Next slide, please. And these ones are probably the tallest ones, maximum 30 feet at the peak. Next slide, please. And on Valley View, they're very similar. You're looking at 1- and 2-story buildings, most of them under the 30 to 35-foot height range. Next slide, please. And next slide, please. These are what the applicant is proposing. It's hard to see, but they're about 2-story. Next slide, please. And this was a close-up that we've been shown. I know it's a rendering, but it's looking like 10 or 12-foot high ceilings, making this about 40 feet tall probably, which is kind of what the zoning is allowing for, 12 meters, 39 point something feet. Next slide, please. And when you do that, this is on School Street in Holland Landing. I'm sure some of you are familiar with this. About 10 years ago, a two-story building was built with a 3-story walkout basement in the back. This is an existing house that was right beside it, and you can see how it just dwarfs that house. Next slide, please. This is the same development. On the left in the corner, you can see a 2-story house, and this now has a 3-story house looking, it's actually a block of townhouses looking into the backyard. We do not want this to happen at 291 Mount Albert Road. Infill development comes with a planning obligation as well as a community commitment to design to the existing neighborhood. In EG's own urban design manual, it states, it is important that infill development integrates with the existing context and coexists in harmony with no undue physical or functional adverse impact on existing or proposed development in the area. And the City of Toronto actually calls their infill construction guide the Good Neighbor Guide. I think that's fitting, being a good neighbor as a developer. And my last point is just on the property history. Next slide, please. And the unknown dumping, and I'm going to go through these really quick, but they're aerial images. Next slide, please. You can see in 1970, before the development happened, it's basically farmland there, and it's all sloped down towards the river in the south. Next slide. And next slide. And then the dumping happened, you can see on the bottom the years. The dumping just happened around 1970, and just continues for a number of decades here. You can, next slide, next slide, next slide, and next slide. And you can see here in about 2007, 2009, Valley View was actually extended and paved on top of this infill area for, I'm not sure what the reason was, but it's actually on that property, on the fill. Next slide, please. And I'm almost done, sorry. I know I'm just over my 5 minutes. Next slide. Next slide. In 2017, next slide, please. Sorry, I know Amanda's going along. In 2017, the developer actually purchased the property in March, actually. One more slide, please. And this shows it from the ESA that the ownership change. Next slide, please. So these images are after the developer has taken possession. You can see on the south end of the property, especially along the school property and just north of Thomas Shepherd Drive, there's still activity going on, grading and piles that look like maybe dumping going on still. Next slide, please. Especially in this slide you can see. And the next slide, please. And there's still a little bit of grading going on by Thomas Shepherd. And next slide, please. And this is in 2021. So the dumping is a concern for two main reasons and needs to be reviewed further. Number one, the ground stability. That affects new housing, roads, infrastructure, anything being built on it. And number two, the water and soil quality, specifically the water runoff into Holland River and the soil disturbance health effects on the existing neighborhood, especially during construction. Without the years of questionable dumping on this property to level that back portion of the lot, I believe this development application likely would never have connected Tyson and Valley View. The depth of dump fill on the property is probably at least 75 feet in areas. However, the deepest soil and water analysis done for the environmental site assessment was only 25 feet. Why weren't the water and soil tests deeper, knowing the history of dumping on the property? The history of this property has many unanswered questions that should be responded to before any zoning consideration is given to this development application. I request that council and staff take time to review this development further with the applicant by deferring a decision today on the rezoning of this property. Thank you for your time.
Thank
I
you.
apologize for going over. I tried to get this done. The agenda only came out on Thursday, so it's very tough to do.
Thank you. Thank
Okay,
you very
thank you.
much. Are there
Questions?
questions from members of council? I'm not seeing any at this time. I have a motion to receive, be it resolved that the deputation made by B. Sangster regarding item J2, Development Services Planning Branch Report, DS 2026-22, Zoning Bylaw Amendment Application 291, Mount Albert Road, GHD Group, be received. All in favor? I have a Councillor. Thank you. All those in favor? And that's carried.
Madam Mayor, would we be able to, I asked for council's approval to move up J2. We have a number of people in the audience here who hear about this particular one, and it'd be nice if we could move it up.
Thank you. Yes, could we have a motion to move it up this time?
Moving,
Councillor?
yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. All those in favor? That's carried. Okay. Councillor Goray-DiClemente in the chair.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Given that this item falls under Development Services, I'm happy to assume the chair and walk us through this report in advance of the rest of our agenda. So item J2 is Development Services Planning Branch Report DS 2026-22, which is a zoning bylaw amendment application for 291 Mount Albert Road. And this is, the motion is on the table that we receive and that we approve, and that this be ratified later today. Mr. Krupnik or Ms. Vumvakis, who would like to take carriage of this report? Ms. Vumvakis, I believe you're remote. Did you want to present your report to us, please? Oh. Yes, she's there. You're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you, Ms. Mvakis.
Okay.
Please
Thank
proceed.
you very much. Thank you. This is a rezoning application that was submitted in March of 2022. Subsequently, it was put on hold at the request of the applicant, and then it was reactivated, and a statutory meeting was held in November of 2025. The proposal is seeking approval to permit 31 single-family dwelling units and 10 townhouses. The application has been revised. I appreciate it has not been revised to the community's satisfaction, but it has been revised. We now have townhouses along Mount Albert. The number of units has been reduced. The density has been reduced. The concern with respect to access to Mount Albert's a regional road, and the region is not supportive of access onto Mount Albert. In addition to the rezoning, which we are recommending be approved, we are recommending that an H be placed on the land until we are satisfied that appropriate servicing at water and sanitary sewer is available for the property. That is where we're at this point in time, and certainly I hear the community's comments and concerns, and we are happy to try to work with the applicant and the community if that is the wish of council at this point in time.
Thank you, Ms. Mvakis. Members of committee, any questions? Councillor Carruthers, go ahead, please.
I'll start it off. Thank you for the presentation, and thanks to everyone who's reached out and all the conversations we've had around this. The community has been so respectful in advocating for what they need for their community. And when you go down Tyson, you see everything that they're talking about what a pretty little street it is with a lot of bungalows, a lot of mature trees. Having been the school board trustee for 15 years, parking around Hall Landing Public School has always been an issue. The closeness of Tyson to Mount Albert Road exacerbates the problem because people park along Tyson when they're picking up their kids, and it's hard to get out when they're so close to the light. Adding a through street, making Tyson a through street would make this monumentally more difficult. I'm not sure this is in the best interest of, or I know this is not in the best interest of our residents. I think that we need to advocate harder with the region about the access onto Mount Albert. That makes sense. That's where it should come in to that new development. I am concerned about the fill, and I know that would be addressed later in the site application process, but I think a lot of this development hinges on them being able to connect up Valley View with Tyson over that fill. So I have a lot of unanswered questions. I'd like to know what advocacy has already been done at the region and what more we can do.
Thank you, Councillor Carruthers. Ms. Mvakis, do you have any further comments based on those questions?
Yes, just a few comments. In terms of the fill, most of those matters would be dealt with at the subsequent plan of subdivision stage, which we do have a draft plan. We're not in a position to be recommending it at this point in time because there's a number of technical conditions that need to be met. In terms of advocating with the region, I can say that I have not advocated with the region. Staff have circulated to the region. We've received the region's comments, and there has been a little back and forth with the region, but the region has taken the position that it does not want access onto Mount Albert. So if it is the desire of council and you move a motion directing us to, we will certainly go back to the region armed with any council resolution to that effect to try to carry on and have further dialogue with regional staff.
Thank you, Ms. Mvakis. Can you perhaps, given that there is significant evidence and suggestion of some years-long commercial fill or other truck activity on the property, your report mentions that there's to be a record of site condition, and as I understand it, those are pretty high-level environmental inspections that would be done. Is there a way of having that done in advance, of understanding this a little further? I believe it was going to be in future, but is there a way of getting that done sooner?
As a requirement, we can't require it, but we can certainly have a discussion with the applicant and ask them to provide that at this time. In fact, they may have been advancing that work. I'm just not aware that they have done that at this point in time because we're dealing with the rezoning and not the plan of subdivision. But we can certainly reach out and either report back to the September meeting of council, if that's at council's wish, or at a subsequent meeting.
Thank you. Councillor Foster, you had some questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As a suggestion, in the past, we have been able to, I guess, facilitate meetings between a developer and some members of the community. Certainly not in the council chambers. I'm wondering if that is something that we could try to do here and have, you know, a number of residents speak for most of the residents. Have a very good, calm discussion about what the problems are and what opportunities there are to fix them. We have had some success with this in the past, not always, but I think it's worth a try. And from those meetings, I think we will come up with something in our arsenal to go toward the region and talk about access onto Mount Albert Road. We need to have a better understanding of public safety issues, especially at Tyson and Holland River Boulevard, being so close to Mount Albert Road and Holland River Boulevard. That intersection gets backed up at the best of times, and by putting a lot more traffic in there, it's certainly going to not make it any better. Just for context, I will say that this development is not nearly as bad as some that I've seen. So there's something to say for that. You know, I've been around for a long time, and for years I've heard about those two roads connecting. That doesn't mean it's right. I'm just saying that if no one else ever heard it, I don't know why that message didn't get out at some point. But I have no idea how that works. So I think there's an opportunity to sit down and have a decent meeting with the developers and some members of the public and kind of hammer out what would make everyone happy and how we can move forward. I think I'll leave it.
Could
Thank you,
I
Councillor.
respond to that?
Go ahead, Carrie.
Through-
Ms. Vuvakis, go
Through
ahead.
the chair, so, through the chair to Councillor Foster, I'm always very willing to have dialogue with the applicant and the community group. I think it's a productive way of canvassing issues and determining what are the key issues and also what can be solved and cannot. Not everything will be solved through dialogue, but at least there is a greater understanding of the outcomes. Certainly, I would say that it is always preferable to have connected streets, not to have cul-de-sacs meeting each other, but I also hear the community's concerns. So certainly staff are willing to sit down with the community and the applicant. We just have to see if the applicant is prepared to do that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Crone, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. From the get-go on this proposal, I had serious concerns about it. I knew it wouldn't be received well by the neighborhood and certainly not received well by me. I appreciate the conversations I've had both face-to-face with a number of residents and communicating by email. And I just want to reiterate what Councillor Carruthers said, the respectful manner in which we've had this dialogue. It is so refreshing. And it hasn't been adversarial, which is very welcome. Because I think we're aligned. We want to get to the same place. I share a number of the concerns that the residents have said to me about the traffic, about the quality of the fill, and just the impact it would have on the overall neighborhood. So I think from what I've heard, I know there's more we can do to advocate with the region It doesn't sound like we've pulled out all the stops to get access to Mount Albert Road, which I think would be helpful. I'm hearing from staff that there's a willingness to continue the conversation with the applicant. So given that, I think it might be, happy to move this, but with the amendment that we defer the decision so that we can have these conversations. I think there's probably some merit in having a traffic study at Tyson, Holland River Boulevard, and work with the region, to obtain access to Mount Albert Road. We need to throw that into the motion as well. I just think there's more that can be done before we make the final decision. I am so concerned about approving something without knowing exactly what's underneath the ground there. And anyway, to you, Madam Chair, I recommend that we defer this back to staff to pursue some of the things that we've discussed. And if we can't get a deferral, I'll just let it be known now that I will be voting against this. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we need to make sure that we're using the right word for what we'd like to do today, whether we want to defer, which is simply delaying the decision. But if we refer it to staff, then we're asking them to do something. And so I think Councillor, it sounded like you wanted to refer it back to staff.
You pick the word, send it back to staff. I'm not ready to decide on this today.
Madam Clerk, am I correct in my understanding of the circumstances?
Through you, Madam Chair, that's correct.
Okay, so Councillor Crone, I heard that you wanted to receive the report and that you would like to refer the matter to staff pending further discussion on the issues that were raised here today. Councillor Carruthers.
I would like if we could outline some of the main issues to make sure that nothing's missed. For me, it's the traffic study at Tyson and Holland River. It's working with the region to obtain access, and it's setting up a meeting with the developer and the public. Okay. I'm not sure if we want to do something with the fill or if that absolutely has to wait till later. I would like more information on the fill.
I think maybe we could ask for further exploration on the environmental concerns raised. Is that fair? Staff, how does that sound to you? Ms. Koumvakis?
I have no concerns with that at all.
Okay,
Madam Chair.
great. Madam Clerk, you've heard the intent of the motion. I think you've probably captured it. I see you
Through
fingers
you,
moving
Madam
quickly.
Chair, just bear with us as we capture it. We can perhaps share that on the screen to ensure that we've appropriately captured the intent of the committee.
Thank you. So for those watching online and for those in the audience, it's just important that, because this is an important planning file, we want to make sure that we're very clear about what we're passing this morning. And I apologize if I'm a little scattered. My computer keeps telling me that it wants to restart in 9 minutes. So I'm in the middle of trying to chair a meeting, so. There's been screenshots sent to IT and
Through you, Madam Chair, before you on the screen are the points that were relayed earlier. If committee would like to review them, we can make any adjustments as required.
Okay, so the motion is that the report be received, and further that the report be referred to Development Services staff to continue discussions with York Region regarding access to Mount Albert Road, undertake additional traffic analysis as appropriate, further explore the environmental matters associated with the application, meet with the applicant to discuss matters identified by council and explore potential options to address those matters, undertake additional public consultation as appropriate, and report back to council with the results of the above and any recommendations. Councillor Crone, this is your motion. I think we may want to just suggest that it be referred to development staff to work with the applicant in order to work through these matters. Is that fair? Because I don't think staff can do this. I think the developer and the applicant also have to do these things. Okay. Councillor Carruthers.
And I just wanted to point out that we should get that traffic analysis to help us advocate with the region. So just in the order, it shouldn't be in this order. We should undertake the traffic analysis and then advocate with the region, because we need to be armed with something new to show them why that needs to happen.
Thank you, Councillor. So members of committee, you've seen the intent of the motion. It's on the screen before us. It's moved by Councillor Crone. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Oh, go ahead.
The traffic analysis, it still bothers me because it's at Tyson and Holland River that we need the analysis done. It's very specific, and this to me is so watered down as appropriate. Like, it has to be, we need to look at that particular intersection so that we are armed with something to discuss with the region.
Councillor Crone, this is your motion. Did you want to be more specific in item B of the clause?
Yeah, I'm happy to add further definition to that and be a little more specific.
So, Madam Clerk, I think clause B would be that it would undertake or obtain additional traffic analysis specifically at the intersection of Tyson and Holland River Boulevard. And I think it sounds like committee would like to remove the words "as appropriate."
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to call a motion. I'll call the vote now at this point. So this is moved by Councillor Crone. All those in favor? And that motion carries. Thank you. So given that we had just sort of moved this item up, I'm going to turn the chair back to you, Madam Mayor, for us to continue the remainder of our agenda.
Thank you. We are starting with item F. We have no presentations at this time. I will move to item G, which is council committees, boards, and groups. And number 1 on this list is Diversity and Inclusion Advisory Committee Report, DEAC 2026-03, Diwali celebration. Do we have? General Manager Gandhi, go ahead, please.
Through you, Madam Mayor. This report was prepared by the Diversity and Inclusion Advisory Committee of Council, and they are seeking support from the town to hold a Diwali celebration on Friday, November 6th, from 6 to 8 p.m. at the Mount Albert Lions Community Center. The report outlines the details of the event, and I'm simply bringing this forward as DAC members who are not able to attend the meeting today.
Are there any questions at this time?
Happy to move.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I know we've talked about having a Diwali celebration, and delighted to see this coming forward a little bit sooner than I thought we would be seeing it. My concern is that this is First off, $5,500 of fireworks that we have not included in our 2026 budget, so there's no funding source for the event. And I'm a little bit confused about whether this is part of our event strategy. My understanding is that community-led events versus town-run events were addressed in our event strategy, and that this is more appropriately run through that lens. So my instinct would be to, for us to not rush this, but put this through the 2027 budget under the guise of our event strategy and have it run by the community with a sponsor and done properly, rather than trying to find some money to run a fireworks display that is a significant undertaking and a significant risk that we haven't done before. So this is a new thing, and I would prefer to see it happen through the event strategy through Parks, Recreation, and Culture.
Other comments? Councillor Carruthers, go ahead, please.
Thank you. The community's been waiting a long time for this, and we've already reached out to fire services in the past to find out how we could do individual displays, and the report back to us suggested a community display rather than having the individual ones. So from and the chief can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe from a fire services perspective, this is following the recommendation from staff the last time that we asked about this. I feel the community's been waiting a long time. They're talking about looking for sponsorships to help cover those fireworks, and I would ask our general manager of finance if money can be found in the mayor and council's budget. We're late in the year, and I know a number of our committees have not spent their assigned budgets, and so I'm wondering if it's possible to take this money out of the mayor and council office.
General Manager Marshall, please.
Sorry, it's through you, Madam Mayor. So the mayor and council budget has a contingency amount, but that contingency amount has been fully accounted for. So there's no funding available in that contingency amount. So if we were to fund it, we would have to fund it from other operating budget items, or we would have to fund it through a reserve contribution.
Councillor Crone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to staff, I share the concerns of Councillor Carruthers. I think the community has been waiting for this. I'd like to see us move ahead, but I was just wondering where did the either staff or the Diversity and Inclusion Committee, where did they anticipate the funding coming from? Was there a plan for that? To help us help you.
Go ahead, please.
I can start this off and then perhaps seek input from General Manager Marshall. So when the report is prepared by a committee of council, they don't have the lens or line of sight on where the various funding pieces can come from. We know within corporate services, and I know through library and other areas, we're continually seeking to find grants for other events, and so that spares up a little bit of operating dollars to be able to fund this from existing operating dollars within corporate services specifically, but perhaps even through other line items. I would have to consult with our general manager of finance for that. So that's they would not be the group, the entity that would be defining or identifying where the funds come from. It would be up to staff to identify where that funding would come from.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Again, I reiterate, this is not part of staff's work plan. It's not part of our annual budget. I'd like to see it done properly and with a lot of planning. And so from my perspective, I think it is important that we approve that we ask that the committee or that the community put on a Diwali celebration, and that the matter be referred to the 2027 budget for consideration as far as staff time and funding, so that it can be done properly through the lens of our event strategy, which is why we did the event strategy. Thank you. I'm happy to move that, but I think you already have a motion on the table.
Councillor, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I serve as the council liaison to the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee. And I'm actually aligning with Councillor Roy DiClemente on this. We have tried for, I think it's 2 or 3 years now, in helping to successfully advance a Diwali celebration. And if you look to Lunar New Year, what we have done is that it was community-driven, and we built the business case forward, and then we brought it forward into the budget, and it is now going to be a wonderfully successful community event. When I say business case, just to be clear, what I'm talking about is that the desire for the community itself to bring it forward and then transition Lunar New Year into what would be a regular town event. And while we have been unsuccessful in the 2 years, it doesn't mean that the community shouldn't be having it. It is just the method in which we are looking to deliver it. And I was actually had a beer with a buddy of mine on the weekend who celebrates Diwali, and he said, like, when you're comparing other municipalities and the work that they're doing, part of it isn't just simply the fireworks in itself that the municipality or the city would be putting it on. Part of it is actually just having space for families to be able to celebrate Diwali by lighting fireworks, sparklers, that type of thing. Because it's actually, he was explaining it to me, it's actually the act of the individual and the family being able to light it themselves as opposed to the municipality. And so what he was comparing it to, and he gave me a couple references of a couple different municipalities, is that it was iterative, and what they did is that they started off with revising the bylaw as it relates to fireworks, and then the municipality advertised the space where the community could come together and light the fireworks off themselves. And then over time, once the business case was proved, then the municipality stepped forward and supported with the fireworks. And I during the committee meetings, I talked about the opportunity for sponsorship, and I'm glad that that ended up getting put into the motion when DIAC I'm trying to choose my next words carefully. When DIAC voted on the resolution to bring before council, and when I was reading what that looked like, I'm a non-voting member of the committee, obviously, I just had a couple concerns about, so who's running it? Again, obviously budget, because I brought that forward, and how we're going about it. And so the pragmatic approach is one that I believe that Councillor Roy DiClemente tabled, that we have a process that we follow and in order to get it put within the budget. And quite frankly, whenever we're looking at the budget, we're always looking at give and take. That wasn't 6-7. I have kids. That wasn't 6-7. It's always give and take. Like, I've been advocating to have an iftar dinner and being able to break fast during Ramadan, or I've been advocating for May long weekend fireworks. So is this an if-then scenario? If we do this, can we not do that? But I really do feel that that should be part of the budget deliberations for council to debate as a whole, as opposed to us doing a one-off here. And so I will be aligning with Councillor Roy DiClemente in her suggestion that we simply follow the process. And I would also like to make the call out, if from the availability that we can look at the bylaws and we can provide space so that we can have members of the community have a spot where they can be able to light fireworks themselves and sparklers and still conform with the bylaws to allow for community celebrations to happen without having the expense on cost. So those are my 2 cents. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Carruthers?
Thank you. I feel like we're going a little bit backwards here, because we already had the discussion about the community getting together and letting off fireworks, and I'm pretty sure that the fire chief thought that that was not a good idea. So I would like to have fire weigh in on this to make sure that what's being proposed of people coming together in one area and lighting off their own fireworks, if that's a non-starter. And then I have a couple other comments.
Councillor, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify, as I understand it, my motion to refer this to the 2027 budget process, I think would take precedence over the motion that was already tabled. So as we were discussing, I just wanted to make sure that procedurally we were addressing that. Thank you.
Yes. Chief, did you have comments at this point?
Somebody's mic, turn off your mic.
Oh, my apologies, I was pressing the wrong button. Through the chair to the councillor. So just going backwards slightly, I wasn't here previous to the conversation that took place with respect to Diwali and lighting fireworks, so I can't accurately comment on what took place during those conversations. What I can say is, council, the current bylaw allows for members of the public to light off fireworks on designated days. Obviously, our recommendations would always revolve around, safety and using everything in accordance with the manufacturer's instructions. To understand what that would look like with a group of people lighting off in one spot, the number of people, the precautions that would take place, very difficult to comment on. Certainly, if we were going to approve, or if council approves such an event, we would have some strict guidelines that we would be expecting everyone to adhere to if they were going to be lighting off fireworks in a group area under an unsupervised setting. Not that different than what may already occur in some private areas when people do them on the designated days, but if it was going to be a town-sponsored event within a designated area, we would certainly have some recommendations, restrictions, and rules around what we would want to see from a fire safety perspective.
Thank you. And is Diwali a designated day?
At this time, Diwali is not recognized in the bylaw as a designated day.
So our bylaws would not allow for this?
That's correct.
Okay. So I hear the questions around budget, and I appreciate that. And I'm wondering if the councillors who are objecting to this as is, if there would be an appetite for providing the support for the other pieces of this, if they were able to get sponsorship for the fireworks, that we would allow that to go forward. I'm just thinking that if we approve a budget for the other pieces, and then say if you want to do fireworks, you're going to have to raise the money yourself, but that we would go ahead and allow it. That takes the budgetary constraints out of the equation here, and I think it's a small amount, probably $1,500, that I think corporate services could probably absorb. So it's no longer a budget issue. Would the councillors who are objecting be able to live with that?
Go ahead, please.
We have a process, and I'd like to follow the process. We invested in an event strategy. We want these events to take place. I would like to have the report be received, that the event be approved and referred to the 2027 budget process for implementation through the council-approved events strategy through the expertise of the Parks and Rec Department. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments at this point? I'm not seeing any at this point. We'll move to,
Madam Mayor.
yes.
Madam Mayor, since this has, a main motion was moved by Councillor Carruthers, however, a referral was just introduced. That takes precedence over your main motion. We have captured the intent, and we will be presenting that on the screen before you for Council's consideration on the referral motion first.
Well, while that's being typed up, I just wanted to say that this is coming from a advisory committee who we have put together to advise on this, and this is not the first time that they've talked about Diwali. So I want to be supportive of our volunteer committees that come together and advise on this. Councillor John's raised some other community celebrations that we could have, and when the committee that is, their purpose is to advise us on that, when they ask for those events, I would like to see those too. It shouldn't be like individuals coming forward with their own ideas. It's what the committee recommends to us. So the committee has recommended this to us, and that's why I want to support the volunteers who are working on that committee. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, go ahead, please.
And thank you. And that is exactly why I said that the event be approved in my resolution, that I want this to happen too. I just want it to happen within the process that we've defined. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is, excuse me, moved by Councillor Roy DeClemente that the report be received and that the event be approved and referred to the 2027 budget process for implementation through the council-approved event strategy through the expertise of the Parks and Recreation Department.
Can we get clarity on if this fails, then we go back to the main motion, correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor, procedurally, that's correct. So if this fails, then we will resort back to the main motion.
All those in favor? Thank you. Opposed? Or two opposed? 4 in favor, that's carried. Thank you very much. We're moving to item H, administration with myself in the chair, and we will be delegations for recess period. I'll refer to the CAO.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A brief report, just a couple of quick comments. There's two pieces of proposed delegation here, A and B. In my opinion, B is very unlikely to be needed, quite frankly. It's a bit of a catch-all and a sort of contingency. I really don't see that being used realistically. A, on the other hand, is something the general manager feels would be helpful, particularly in this environment where there are incentives for construction and for building activity and that sort of thing, that she believes would potentially be helpful if in the event that we have issues that we need to deal with during that period. So just a little bit of context for you in terms of what I think might be important versus not so much.
Thank you very much. Councillor Carruthers?
So in reading this report, I followed up with some questions from staff because it's my understanding that council can continue to do these things, that we are duly elected until the new council is sworn in. So anything that comes up that is time sensitive, staff could call a meeting for council to make a decision on these. So I am not in favor of handing over the authority that residents elected us to exercise to unelected members of staff. And then we would have to bear the responsibility for those decisions. And I don't want to put off my my authority to make these decisions just because there's an election coming. We were elected for 4 years, and if something comes up during the election period and it's not we're not prevented from making those decisions. I know there's other things that we've already delegated because we do not have that authority during the lame duck period. If something comes up as outlined in this, I want a meeting of council called, and I want council to make those decisions.
Thank you. Councillor Foster?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I was kind of going down the same road. While I understand where General Manager Vambakis is coming from with this, I do think that there are other options, and Councillor Carruthers just spoke about them. And the part that kind of just jumped into my head was, we just had a number of people in the chambers that had concerns about a development that council came up with some different ideas on how to attack it. Staff had recommended approval. By doing this, we may have members of the general public that are saying staff can now go right back and make that decision that council just tried to, get some more information. So I'm not sure that I can support. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carruthers, go ahead.
Thank you. My note here says, call a meeting if you need us. And that's where I'm at too.
Thank you. Councillor, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am aligned with my colleagues. If you need us, call a meeting. We're here. We'll make the time.
Thank you. Okay. At this point, we are looking for a receiver at this point. A mover at this point.
Madam Mayor, I will move just receipt.
Just receipt.
Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. I'm moving to item I, which is corporate services with Councillor Carruthers in the chair.
Thank you very much. We have a few exciting, long-awaited items on the agenda. The first is our community energy plan, and I'll turn that over to our General Manager of Corporate Services.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, the draft community energy plan is a key deliverable of the Council's climate emergency declaration, the Thinking Green environmental strategy, and the 2022 to 2026 strategic plan. It provides EG's first community-wide assessment of energy use and greenhouse gas emissions, and establishes a roadmap to support sustainable growth in population as population continues to increase. We have with us Chris Ross, Environmental Initiatives Program Manager, and Dr. Kyle Bassett, the consultant we engaged to help us develop the plan. They both are here to answer questions you may have.
Thank you. I appreciate the detail that these plans go into. The data is very supportive of the things that we need to do, and everyone who's experienced the heat dome and the wildfires, it's really making a strong case for why at the municipal level we need to do the things outlined in both of these plans. I'll open it up to any questions from, well, first of all, can I have someone move this? Councillor Crone. Any questions from anyone on this? This has been a long time coming, so thank you very much. I'll ask for a vote. All in favor?
Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
time out.
Yeah.
Audible on the call.
Yeah.
So, sorry, yeah, so one, I want to say thank you for staff. I was of the opinion that, that we would end up seeing a presentation. So I have seen this for the first time since Thursday. There are 7 phases to this plan. I don't know. I believe I agree with most of it, but I don't know that I agree with all of it. And so when I was looking at this and I was thinking back to our idea framework, like I agree with 80% of the idea framework, and it was positioned as the idea framework, and then it turned into the idea action plan. And so does this community energy plan, through you, Madam Chair, to whoever would like to respond, like, are we is council voting, when we go and vote on this, are we saying that we are enacting the 7 phases of the community action plan? Like, what happens after this vote?
Good question.
So just to clarify, we have a number of items on the corporate services agenda, so I appreciate if there may be a little bit of, just for clarity's sake, this is aligned with the environmental strategy which council approved during this term of council, and it aligns with the climate emergency declaration that council put forward earlier this term of council. I believe you mentioned the IDEA action plan. That is an entirely separate component, which actually does relate to another item later on in the agenda. So in terms of the action plan itself in terms of, see, I'm getting the words mixed up myself. In terms of the community energy plan itself, I'll ask our manager of environmental initiatives, Chris Ross, to speak to those themes and to address, I believe your question is, are they doable, are they actionable, or are they, I just want to make sure I understand the question.
Yeah, so thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. So just to clarify again, so we received this, and I recognize this has been a journey. We received this to our copy Wednesday night, public Thursday morning. And so from my consultation, like this is very robust. And so like agreeing at a high level, do I agree with everything? From what I've read, I don't know that I agree with everything, but at a high level in spirit, I do. So what happens when this council votes? Is this a 7-phase plan that now continues on? Or is this something that, okay, here is a framework, and then a new term of council goes into enacting the steps within this? So what happens next is my direct question.
Well, we recognize through you, Madam Chair, we recognize that this term of council is towards its end. This fulfills the commitment that we made to council to put forward a community energy plan. We went through extensive consultation with the community to move this forward. It essentially provides a framework. Anything that requires budget approval or council direction will come forward to council as separate items. So we're not seeking council entire approval on every possible thing that we might want to identify, certainly not for any budget items, budget-related items. So we're looking for council's approval in principle of what we are putting forward as a community energy plan.
Thank you. And just before I go to our CAO, I just want to back up to what Councillor Johns was saying about the IDEA action plan and the EDI framework. So I think what he was getting at is, I think he understands that that's not part of this, but it's that we started with a framework and then we built an action plan. So where are we on that continuum? What comes next on this? So that this is similar to the EDI framework that was our base, and that the IDEA action plan was built out of. Now going over to the environmental side, is this a similar sort of thing? We are just endorsing the draft, and then something more will come back to the next term of council if there is budget implications and that sort of thing. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, this is, even with the IDEA action plan and the EDI framework, a lot of the work that is written on in the document is already underway. This is actually naming it and saying this is what we're doing. So the same applies in this case. I'll ask our manager of environmental initiatives to perhaps provide a little bit more clarity on what that means in this instance.
We're just going to go to Mr. Valchik first. He had his hand up.
Madam Chair, just through you, Councillor Johns is asking very important and relevant questions in my mind. I just wanted to point out that one of the benefits of having a plan like this that identifies almost a pick list and phases and options to focus us as we move forward, anything, as General Manager Gandhi has said, that requires an investment of resources, budget, that sort of thing, comes back to council at those checkpoints to say, are you still interested? This is what we had on our plan. Are you willing to put the resource into? So there's sort of points at which that can be decided from a value for money point of view or business decision-making point of view. One of the things that is beneficial about having a document like this is that often when grant opportunities come up from other levels of government or other organizations, they look to see if you've got documented plans that you can point to that sort of increases the probability of you qualifying for money that helps us leverage local money. So one of the reasons I kind of like having these sorts of things in place, because it increases our ability to access additional funds for the municipality. Not to say that it has to be approved immediately, but just that is one of the benefits of having something like this.
Thank you. And now Ms. Ross.
Through you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much, Councillor Jones, for your question. Answering specifically about the 7 phases, I have to add that the phase 1 was the baseline inventory, which allows us to know where are we coming from. So we use 2022 as the baseline year because that was the new kind of coming back to normal after the pandemic, and also when the information was available. Phase 2 was the benchmarking baseline results, where we have the knowledge or the information about where all our emissions are coming from and like what that costs to the community. So we went through phase 2 as well. Phase 3 is with the projections of population growth. Where are we going to be if we don't do anything? Like if we continue doing what we've done in the past, where are we going to be? And then phase 4 is the analysis of if we, phase 4 is kind of picking the actions that are possible to undertake with the community that will allow us to reduce our emissions. Phase 5 is the alternative of once we apply all those actions, where are we going to be in 2030, 2040, and 2050? And phase 6 is the analysis of those actions. What targets, like how many reductions, how much reduction are we going to get during these timeline horizons? So basically, what you will be approving today is phase 7. So how we implement all these actions. And as Mrs. Gandhi and Mr. Balchik said, is one side of it is that the implementation of infrastructure, but we are not paying for it. What our role as a municipality is to connect residents to existing programs in one. The other portion is allow us to, now that we have a clear list of actions that we can undertake, which grants we can apply for, and the third one, and the most important one in my opinion, is the education part of it. So how we align, how we educate the community, how we support the community to access these, to be able to reduce emissions and be more sustainable. So I hope that answered your question.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and just in follow-up. So I agree with the majority of it, and I think that what my concern is that sitting here and reading the document, and through you, Madam Chair, to Ms. Ross, like you just said, what this provides is a clear list of actions for us to take. And so action number 6 is fuel switching. And it speaks to what the benefit is of switching to sustainable biomass, which is wood, in brackets, for heating. And the benefit is that it's 100% when it's displacing fossil fuels. And so what it's saying is the town needs to take action in exploring opportunities to promote the use of wood stoves, including proper maintenance of wood stoves and the extra needs for heat pumps. And then as it relates to residents, explore options to install wood stoves. So what we are suggesting is that this action plan, if I say yes, and because that is not a financial requirement, is the municipality going to go out there and encourage folks to move to wood stoves as opposed to using fossil fuels to heat their homes?
Through you, Madam Chair, not exactly. These would apply for houses that have no access to gas. In this case, and the intention of this action is to provide information about high-efficiency wood stoves. And the reason why we are suggesting the use of biomass is because that is carbon neutral.
So, thank you. And again, I don't want to get into the weeds of this, but I grew up in a home without gas. We had oil brought in to the tank, and that's how we heated our home. We also had a fireplace. I guess what I'm saying is that I don't know that, again, I agree with the majority of it, but having received this on Thursday, and then if I vote yes to this, and we go in action plans, could we see in February of next year, the town is leading an initiative to tell people that are receiving oil to their houses that, no, we want to encourage you to be installing wood-burning stoves. And if that is the case, I'm okay if this municipality wants to go in that direction, but I don't feel comfortable with the municipality going in this direction, having received this report on Thursday, and I recognize all of this work that's gone into it. I'm just not comfortable based on previous history that when I vote yes to the framework to go in and act, and then things occur that I really am kind of left scratching my head. So I don't want to take everybody's time on the committee today. I think there's an incredible amount of great work that has gone into this, and I deeply appreciate it because clearly this is a direction that we need to be going, but I just don't feel comfortable with all of the action items laid out. Like, that was just one item in, like, how many action items were there? There's like 43 or something.
15.
Okay, so there we go. So I'm just not comfortable at this time. I'm going to vote no. I don't need to take everybody else's time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I think you bring up a good point about this, that this is about education. So it's not about the fireplace that you had when you were growing up. This is about high efficiency wood burning, which is entirely different. And this plan is about letting people know that those options are available. Because a lot of people don't know. A lot of people are thinking, you know, it's the fireplace that you and I grew up with. It's not. This is something, this is a newer product that can help with climate change. So people who are on oil, and I was on oil for a long time and still have it as a backup, looking for those alternatives so that we're not contributing to climate change. Oftentimes, it's about education. So we need to educate our public on these matters, and I think this lays out the roadmap for that. We've already approved the corporate energy plan that talks about what we're going to be doing at the corporate level, and the thrust of this is about making sure that our community has options available to them, including the educational resources to know what's available. I also want to just point out that I love that there's KPIs in this, because I think we need to not just talk, but we need to actually measure what is being achieved. So that's my comments on it. Is there any other comments? Councillor Roy Clemente.
Thank you. I was actually just really delighted to read that per capita, we were already 25% lower than the provincial average. I thought that was something that really spoke to the values that our community already has, and that this is just further enhancing it. Thank you. Okay, any other comments? Seeing none, this is here to be received, and that in alignment with the 2022-2026 strategic plan, the council declared climate emergency, and the council approved environmental strategy. Council endorses the draft community and energy plan. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Thank you. We will now move on to the draft climate adaptation plan. I'll start with General Manager Gandhi.
Through you, Madam Chair. So the second item is a Thinking Green climate adaptation plan. Not to contribute to any confusion, it's distinct from the community energy plan in that the focus is on addressing climate change related matters. So recent events like the 2025 ice storm, the wildfires that we're experiencing right now, flooding, the heat waves that we've recently had, they all demonstrate that climate change is already affecting our residents. And the purpose of the plan is to help EG prepare for events like these. So they specifically address the prepare our community infrastructure, economy, and natural environment for the impacts of climate change that are already occurring and expected to intensify. We have also with us Chris Ross, Environmental Initiatives Program Manager, and Apira Nithian Athan, Climate Action Program Assistant, to answer your questions.
Thank you. Can I have a member of council move to receive and endorse the draft EG Thinking Green Climate Adaptation Plan? Councillor Crone. Any comments from council? Councillor Johns.
I'll just say my comments remain the same as the previous corporate services item.
Okay. I just want to say that it's never been more important to have this type of climate adaptation plan. Someone from another municipality pointed out to me that we didn't have as many plans as other municipalities. And I said, but wait, they're coming. So I'm glad that we are catching up with others. As Councillor Roy Clemente points out, we do have a community who does care about the environment, and this type of plan sets forward ways that we can help. And it's been pretty depressing lately, seeing the wildfires, the heat dome, and feeling a little bit helpless on what we can do. So I appreciate the time that staff have taken to look at the research and look at what can be done and put it forward in a plan that we can follow. So thank you for that. Is there anything that you want to add to this?
Yes, to you, Madam Chair. I just want to add that we as a team are very proud of this plan because it has been like 3 years in the making. We have a lot of contribution from the Ontario Resource Centre of Climate Adaptation, from ICLI Canada, from Ontario Nature, from Public Health. Like it's been a lot of it. This is a plan that it has the town of EG's name, but there is a lot of partnerships behind this, and this is why it makes us proud. So.
Thank you. And that's what it's going to take. It's going to take those partnerships. The resilient infrastructure piece really jumped out at me because it can't be ignored anymore. We're going to have to change how we build infrastructure because we know those 100-year storms are coming more often, and the other stresses on our infrastructure. So that piece I thought was important. Councillor Crone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to say how thankful I am for the work that's gone into both reports. We just have to look around and see what's happening. You know, the planet is on fire, literally, and we have an opportunity to do something our little bit. You know, you think global, but act local, and that's what we're doing. And yeah, you know, I get it. Not everything is perfection. But if I didn't vote for every piece of bylaw or motion that came for us that I agreed with 100%, I wouldn't vote for anything here. So I think on balance, this is going to help us do better, and I think we owe it to ourselves and to future generations to do better. So I am very happy to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Roy Clemente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm totally fine to support the plan as we are trying to address the impacts of climate change, the heat dome, and the heating and cooling of the oceans, and all of those impacts are important things that we need to address. I don't want to split hairs, but I do want to ask people to be a little bit more educated, I guess, on the wildfires, because wildfires are actually a natural cycle in the ecological needs of our planet. And so the problem is that we're humans and we are in the way of what nature is trying to do to reset its patterns. So absolutely we need to address the impacts of climate change. I don't think the wildfires are necessarily responsible. Absolutely the heat domes are, and what's happening in our oceans is a crisis. But I just want us to be cautious when we start talking about the wildfire smoke. Thank you.
Thank you. I am being cautious about that, and we're not going to debate that at this table right now. So we want to keep it to the report that's in front of us. Councillor Johns?
Yeah, thanks. And this is all great discussion, because again, to Councillor Crone's point, like there's been a pile of work on this and over the last 3.5 years. And I just wanted to reiterate again, like these are all like action items that we would be looking forward into the future of what we're going to take, and I appreciate that. So one, on the resilient economy, item number 14. It says, support the development of a climate resilient local economy. And that timeline is short to medium, so I'm anticipating that there will be work that would be happening on that line. And the estimated cost is $$ dash $. And so I guess the reason why I'm voting no is not because I'm not supportive, and I would be supportive of items moving forward, but me sitting here, I don't even know what support the development of a climate resilient local economy means in the short term with $, dash $. And so that's really what I'm looking for, is what are the kind of tangibles that'll come out of it? And I understand that this would move that forward to help deliver them, but I just don't know, and I just don't feel comfortable at this time. So just wanted to provide that clarity. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Did staff want to respond to any of that?
We use like $, double $, and triple $, to identify, like it's our estimation of low, medium, and high cost. So that is the short answer to that.
So then in follow-up, if you went to the thought process of low, medium, and high $, that means you thought about what categories would be. So what would be the price range of $1 sign, $2 signs, or $3 signs?
It's the one is up to 50,000. The $2 sign is up to $500,000, and the $3 sign is over $1 million.
I am definitely won't be voting for this based on that response. Thank you.
So just to be clear, that we are not voting to spend this money. This would all come back through the budget cycle. So it's good for us to have a menu of options, and we might not choose the ones that have $2 or $3 signs, but we know, until we know what the impact is. So when we were building the help, for instance, there wasn't much in sustainability added into it because of the increased cost of, remember the solar blanket for the pool and making it solar ready, or the thermal blanket and making it solar ready, and there was a number of other things. But when we actually looked at the cost, it was cheaper to pay the upfront cost of those things because we would recoup that money in the very near term on those items. So sometimes you have to pay money up front in order to recoup the savings later. So I've talked many times about my heat pump, that it costs a lot of money up front, but we have, in the 3 years that we've had it, or however long it's been, I think we've probably recouped all that money. So I think it's important that when these dollar items come forward, we're looking at that. We're looking at how much is this going to cost, and how is that money going to be recouped over the long term, or sometimes maybe it's not. Maybe it's something we just absolutely have to do, and we're not going to see a net savings. But those decisions aren't the decisions that we're making today, Councillor Johns. Today we're saying we want staff to bring forward what options are available to us. Rather than doing nothing, we want to do something, and we want them to proceed to the next step on this. So that's what we're approving today. We're not talking about approving any dollars today.
Can I, sorry?
Yes, go ahead.
To you. Also, several of the actions will need feasibility studies, like specific feasibility studies for implementation. And what we're looking at is specifically with Green Municipal Fund, this plan, what allows us is the stage one or phase one or step one or component one to be able to continue tapping into that funding source from the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. So we developed this plan with many partnerships. The last bit was with the Federation of Canadian Municipalities because the climate adaptation plan is one of the main requirements for them to continue helping us for infrastructure and for other activities. The next step for this is to choose one of the actions that are most applicable in the near future and apply for a feasibility study funding, which is coming to council for approval when we have that in place.
Thank you. So I think that that's a very important point that we don't want lost, is that this is not about spending taxpayer money. It's about looking for ways that we can access grant money that is available so that we can do the things that will help right here at the local level. Thank you for that. Is there anything else you want to add before I call the vote? Anyone else have any comments before I call? Go ahead, Councillor Johns.
Sorry, and thank you for all of this. And again, we're receiving this on Thursday, recognizing, based on what you said on the low end, and I recognize it would be done in pieces, and this is the narrative to move forward, but based on what was said, the low end would be 1.3 million, and then the high end would be 5.1 million for this program.
And so they've said to us, I don't know, you were writing when she was
I was
talking,
listening.
that this is money that we can access through the Canadian Federation of Municipalities, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, the other way around, and other grants. So there's a lot of money that is available to us, and I think that's important that we have a roadmap where we can put that forward. General Manager Gandhi, almost demoted you, sorry.
Through you, Madam Chair. I want to point out that we're not working on this in isolation. In many respects, this will help to, for example, connect with our asset management plan and help to prioritize those assets that need more climate resiliency. And so this isn't like independent and unique when we're talking about these millions of dollars of anything else that's going on. They will be built into capital plans, long-term capital plans. This helps to inform the decisions that we need to make as a municipality as to which assets need to be addressed and which assets need more reinforcement or replacement, so that we are making the right decisions, smart decisions, and in fact, very much climate-informed decisions. So I want to be clear that we are not saying this is a net new cost line item for our organizations. Members of council would be seeing these cost items through the regular budget process, typically through the capital budget, and we would simply be saying that because of climate change, we need to address this particular bridge or this particular water main or whatever it is, create something if we need to address the climate change. So I want to point that out, Councillor Johns, specifically because I don't want to give the impression that we're adding another $5 million to our capital budget.
Go ahead.
Thanks. So in follow-up, since Ms. Gandhi, you referred this back to me that you're just looking for clarity. So action item number 10 says strengthen the incorporation of climate adaptation into asset management and incorporate sustainable management of the town's natural assets. And so the asset management having moved over into finance's responsibility, are we going to have a staff member that we either need to hire or an existing that is then going to provide input on the incorporation of climate adaptation into the asset management, or is the asset management lead going to be taking that on?
Can I answer that question? During last year and the year prior to that, when the asset management was being developed, I was consulted to how climate change can be included into the asset management plan. One of the components of the assessment for assets was climate change, and I provided the information based on the climate science report of what are the events, what are the climate impacts that we need to consider in asset management. That was incorporated for the first time in asset management for this iteration of the plan, and I am working in collaboration with the manager of the manager of asset management, and so we are in conversation all the time. So I don't know if that answered your question, but basically the intention is not to add an extra staff to do the asset management itself, but to strengthen collaboration between departments.
Okay. And again, I'm not meaning to go down a winding road. I am merely now responding to the comments that are coming back. So the comment was about bridges and water mains. So I previously said asset management, and so now from the bridges and water mains perspective, if we are going out in attempting to tender a bridge, or we're looking to have water main infrastructure improved, does this climate adaptation plan, does our engineering team need to consult with a climate engineering personnel?
What the engineering team, sorry, through you, Madam Chair, what the engineering team needs to do is to consider the impacts like that are already incorporated into the climate science report. So you may have heard about one in 100 years storms happening right now. What it means is that now we have more probability of those events happening in a given year. So that is what the engineering team has to consider rather than the 1 in a 30 and 1 in a 50 that they usually do. So that is not specifically, it's on me, it's not on me, but it's something that the engineering department can consult with me if they want, or consider in their planning. What usually happens with these plans and the previous one is that we have conversations with all departments to see what the departments are already doing. So some of the actions are already happening at the town, and we are compiling them into this to show that we are already doing something. And there are new actions that basically are more targeted to education to residents, but there are other actions that we may partner with other institutions and community partners again. Sorry about that. But
Thank you, Madam Chair.
yeah, so basically it's a collaboration effort.
Thank you. I think it's important to think back to, like, even last term before you were here, and anything to do with environment was kind of done off the corner of everyone's desk. And now we have you here to lead us, and you're being very clear on how you're going to lead us with this plan. And I think that the best example when you're talking about like 100-year storms is maybe we need to be building our sewers larger. So that's going to actually take more money to build the sewage larger, but long term, better to have the storm sewers that can handle the storms, rather than building them too small and then needing to replace them in 5 years because we realize they're too small. So it's that sort of forward thinking that this is about. And I think having a plan is so important when we're dealing with something that we haven't dealt with before. And I have to go back to when we talked about the EDI framework and the IDEA action plan, that how we are really layering our plans from our strategic plan, what are council priorities, what does that look like, and then these other plans. So I'm very much in favor of something that has a level of detail that is in this plan, that it's not just words, there's actions that are specifically outlined, and anything that has a cost associated with it comes right back to this table for decision. So thank you for that. Is there any other comments? Oh, sorry, Councillor Leahy, go ahead.
Thank you very much, through you, Madam Chair. I have been listening to all of the information that's been presented to us and the different positions that individuals have. And I think I want to first and foremost compliment the former mayor of East Gwillimbury, who was initiating the Thinking Green climate adaptation plans, and that I have received compliments throughout different members of the community and stakeholders because of our leading and our leadership with this in East Gwillimbury. However, for me, there are too many unknowns, and specifically with regard to, it was stated that no taxpayer money would be involved with this, and making the assumptions that we would be successful in accessing grant money, that we need feasibility studies, and who would be paying for the feasibility studies. And so there are too many uncertainties and large ranges of potential costs that we need to discuss much further in greater detail before we proceed with this. So I'm not comfortable for those reasons voting in favor of this.
Thank you, Councillor Leahy. And just to be clear, we are not approving any taxpayer money today, is what we're saying. Anything with a cost would come back. And Ms. Ross was saying that we can access grants by having a plan in place. We cannot access those grants without a plan in place. So there is nothing in here that is saying we must get these grants. This is allowing us to apply for grants rather than being the other way around, that if we approve this now, we need to get these grants. I just want to be clear on that. And I'll turn it back to you, Councillor Leahy. Go ahead.
Thank you very much through you, Madam Chair. I'd like to follow that up because in the past, I have been assured that with other things before us that we would, it would be a document that we could make changes to in the future, etc. But that's not been my experience, because once something is passed, it's much more difficult to make changes to it moving forward. And considering the time of the term of council that we're in, I don't want to be putting future councillors in any position that they would not necessarily be comfortable in either. So thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gandhi, does this in any way tie the hands of future councils?
Through you, Madam Chair, no.
Thank you. Seeing no other comments, I'll call the vote. This was moved by Councillor Crone, I believe. All in favor? And opposed? And that's carried. Thank you. And we have one last item from, thank you very much, Ms. Ross. One last item under corporate services, advancing reconciliation, the UN Declaration adoption. I'll turn that over to you.
Through you, Madam Chair, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples is an international human rights instrument that was adopted by the United Nations General Assembly in 2007. It establishes minimum standards for the survival, dignity, well-being, and rights of Indigenous peoples. This staff report to Council is recommending that Council move to adopt the UN Declaration, I'll use that for short form, as outlined in Appendix A. This contributes to our efforts to advance our work in truth and reconciliation and has been informed by Indigenous peoples, members of Williams Treaties First Nations and other First Indigenous peoples. It is also aligned with similar actions that have been taken by other municipalities, including Port Hope, Ottawa, Mississauga. It aligns with what other municipalities are doing, and I know for a fact that the region of York and others are looking to do the same. So it puts us in a leadership role as well. So happy to take any questions. We also have with us today Shannon Giansapoulou, who is able to answer any questions.
Thank you. And can I have someone move this? Councillor Crone, thank you. Questions? Start with Councillor Johns.
So, thank you, Madam Chair. So again, in spirit and along with truth and reconciliation, I believe that we need to continue to progress forward as a municipality. I guess really where, as it related to 2 comments ago when I spoke about the IDEA action framework, no money will be spent and people will be able to, council will be able to debate the issues of money being spent moving forward and if we enact. And then in this report, there is a letter from Miller, somebody can respond, and it's from a lawyer. And it says, you have asked us to prepare a memorandum outlining a framework for the town of East Gwillimbury, the town, to adopt the principles of the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Specifically, the focus is on adopting UNDRIP in a manner that advances reconciliation without creating significant new legal obligations or liabilities federal council's legislative authority or requiring. And then, so then what ends up happening is obviously legal counsel has, or outside legal counsel, third-party legal counsel, has then developed this report. And again, I'm assuming that it is obviously town money, residents' money. And so I guess my point is that we have just gone through the previous saying, no, it's not going to, we're not going to spend money. But staff did not come to us and say, please can you reach out to a third-party lawyer to investigate the exposure and liabilities from implementing UNDRIP, the United Nations Declaration, into municipal framework. So this is my concern with previous that I was trying to get to, and then as it relates to this specific item, there's it actually calls out, there's low risk. However, the fact that we actually went to a lawyer to see what our exposure was, it makes me question the direction in taking these steps. And so I'd like to hear from my colleagues to help me get better clarity in their thoughts on it. And I'm open to listening, but that's just where I'm coming from in this first part of the discussion.
Thank you for that. In my mind, if staff hadn't been proactive in getting legal advice, council would have asked them for what's our risk, what's our liability, what's our exposure on this. So I appreciate them being proactive on it. Other comments from members of council? Councillor Roy DiClemente.
Thank you. I was of a similar mind. The fact that we had to hire a lawyer in order to, or that staff felt that it was necessary to hire a lawyer to provide that opinion was a bit of a red flag for me. The fact is that if there's a question about legal implications, then that already is a challenge for me. The idea that this would not result in extensive staff resources being taken up. Again, I'm consistently have been on message about staff resources. If we were to adopt this motion, then staff would have to come up with a plan in order to address what our duty to consult would be. And that is significant staff resources. And the province has a duty to consult, and on a case-by-case basis, they tell us when we also have a duty to consult. I'm uncomfortable with being one of the first municipalities to adopt this. I know that the IDEA Action Plan said that we were going to convene a working group. That has been done. One of my challenges is that that working group was not, as far as I understand, I don't know who the members are of that working group, and they're giving us advice, and I don't know who those people are. So that also concerns me. So I'm not ready to undertake this. I know that there have been examples already in the town of significant initiatives that have been delayed because of some of these lenses that are needing to be applied to them, and I'm concerned that this will create additional layers of staff resources that may or may not be necessary. So I'm not ready at this point to adopt this declaration. Thank you.
Thank you. General Manager Gandhi.
Through you, Madam Chair, I appreciate the comments, and I will address them one by one. In terms of the cost or the seeking of legal advice, that's part of our administrative responsibility. We would do that for any item that's coming before council. We simply added it to mention of it in this report because we anticipated that council would have that question. So this is not an unusual course of business for us to seek legal advice, either in-house or external if appropriate. In this case, because of the subject matter, we sought external legal advice through existing operating dollars. Number one. Number two, yes, there are a number, the working group has been established. Without naming individual names, we have members from Georgina Island First Nation, Alderville First Nation. We have staff who are Indigenous on the working group. We also have some urban Indigenous individuals who are on the working group who help to inform the development of not so much the staff report, but the moving in this direction. In terms of the duty to consult, what this does is it establishes sort of a commitment to consultation and engagement with Indigenous communities, which is, yes, something that is mandated by the province, but this will also explain to everybody universally, this is how we are going to do it, and this is how we are going to approach engagement. It holds us accountable to that. We've had situations where we have questions from Indigenous communities. After a planning matter comes forward, we want to make sure we get ahead of it. With even the official plan, we worked very much in close consultation with Indigenous communities, and this lays the groundwork and the framework for making sure we put that into proper action. In fact, if we don't do that, I would suggest that it would contribute to delays, not to expediting anything specifically. It also empowers our staff when we have the engagement strategy in place with Indigenous peoples and staff are adequately trained for that to be part of their practice. And so we would actually need less external dollars in terms of consultation and support for that work. So I believe that addressed the questions, but those are the key points that I'd like to bring forward. I named a number of municipalities. There are others. We're not the first. We are early in our adoption, but I would suggest that we are also early in the adoption of installing a First Nations flag in our council chambers and in the work that we're doing in support of Truth and Reconciliation by establishing the working group. And I will say that within York Region in particular, we are looked at as a leader in this area. So I think that that's an important reputation to uphold. But this doesn't change our approach. In fact, we're already adopting all of the things that we've been saying we're doing in terms of Truth and Reconciliation. This simply names it.
Thank you. And that's how I took it, that it's naming a lot of the things that we're already doing. It's getting out ahead of things so that nothing is missed. For me, when we say the land acknowledgement at the beginning of every meeting, it has to mean something. It can't just be words. There has to be actions behind it. And this, to me, is the action behind it. We have the flag in the council chambers as a symbol of the partnership that we have. And I think that this, to me, is a small thing that we can do to advance truth and reconciliation. I don't see it as a huge obstacle or taking up a lot of staff time. I think it's something that needs to be done so that we can walk the talk. If we are, like I said, if we are doing that land acknowledgement, what are the actions behind it? Is it just words, or are there actions to it? And this, to me, seems like an easy piece for us to do, to put some action behind the words. And a lot of it is just making sure that what we're already doing is outlined in process. So I thank you for bringing this forward, and I'm proud of the work that we've done, especially with Georgina Island First Nation, in making sure that they feel included in the decisions that we're making. And I would feel more comfortable if it was formalized, because right now I am assuming that they are being consulted. But I would like to know that there's a little bit more weight behind that the consultations are a bit enshrined. Go ahead, Councillor Groen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I see this as just a way of formalizing what we should be doing. General Manager Gandy, you mentioned that the province expects us to do this anyways. So let's formalize it. With respect to the legal opinion, thank you for getting that. My 20-plus years in the private sector, that was something we did routinely. We would, and certainly when I was in the executive ranks, we would get legal opinion if we were going into a board of directors meeting where we had to present to the board, and we wanted to make sure that we knew darn well that we'd probably be asked anyways, and so we got it. So that's just good risk management. So thank you for doing that. I'll ask you, General Manager Gandy, what you think the repercussions are if we put this on the shelf, because I think if we don't honor this today, it's a huge slap in the face to Georgina Island, the Chippewas. And so we're expected to do it, we're formalizing it. I don't know what the concern, it's not a big deal. We should be, General Manager Gandy, I ask you what you think the repercussions would be if we didn't move forward with this.
Just before you answer, I just want Councillor Leahy to know I do see your hand, and you'll be next. Okay? Go ahead, General Manager Gandhi.
Through you, Madam Chair, We have really worked hard at establishing the relationships with Williams Treaties First Nations. The report includes letters of support from Chief Donna Bigcanoe and others. I think that that's an important step forward. It will, I think, improve on the plus side, improve our relationship, continue to improve our relationship with Williams Treaties First Nations. I will tell you personally, East Gwillimbury has been invited to Georgina Island First Nations on a number of, for a number of initiatives, and no other York Region municipality has been invited. I think that speaks volumes of the relationship building that we are very intentionally doing with the Williams Treaties First Nations. And it also puts down the foundation for the consultation engagement work that we absolutely have to do on a lot of the matters that we bring before council. And so it's a no questions asked. We will be embedding training and making sure that we are undertaking the appropriate consultation process for all of the initiatives that we put forward to council, and it will be known that that is a commitment that we're making. And so the risk is the opposite. It will, I believe, lessen the relationship or potentially weaken the relationship with Georgina Island First Nations. And to me, that is, it's not for me to give an opinion, but I think that that is not an ideal way to go.
Follow up, and
Thank
then
you,
Councillor.
Madam Chair. I appreciate the response. I think it's also helpful to remind my colleagues, we've been criticized at this table, certainly when it comes to certain development projects here, that we didn't do enough consultation with First Nations. So you know, here's a way to act on that. Anyway, thank you, Madam Chair. Back to you.
Thank you. Councillor Leahy, go ahead.
Thank you very much, through you, Madam Chair. I take this with great seriousness, our relationship, and I'm very proud of the positive relationships that we have with the Chippewas of Georgina Island of First Nations, who are our closest Indigenous peoples. And I have read UNDRIP. I've read the entire document multiple times. And I would encourage all of my fellow councillors and everyone else to read through this document thoroughly. I read through it years ago, and in preparation for this meeting, I read through it again. And I would just like to state that it's important that we continue positive relationships with the Indigenous peoples, and I believe that East Gwillimbury is a leader in continuing to have great relationships with Indigenous peoples.
Thank you very much. If there are no other comments, and this has been moved by Councillor Crone, calling the vote, all in favor? And opposed? And that's carried. Thank you very much. And that's the last corporate services item, so I will turn it back to you, Madam Mayor.
I'm just looking at our calendar here in front of us, and before we continue with the balance of the agenda, perhaps we could recess for lunch and convene in an hour. Thank you.
For those
We will now resume the balance of the Committee of the Whole Council agenda. Under item J, Development Services, with Councillor Roy DeClemente in the chair.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have a number of items on our prepared agenda today. The first one being Development Services Planning Branch Report DS 2026-21, which is the removal of a holding provision for Winged Foot Phase 3. Ms. Vumvakis, are you with us? And would you like to present your report? I'll turn my camera on too, that'll be nice. There we go.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. This report is recommending the removal of a holding provision for the final phase, which is Phase 3 of the Wingfoot subdivision. The subdivision is located in Holland Landing at the intersection of Silk Twist Drive and Brightwork Way. Servicing allocation has been confirmed by both the region and the town, and removal of the holding provision will enable 39 single detached units, 10 semi-detached, and 5 townhouse dwelling units to proceed. Removal of the H will hopefully result in the not too distant future of seeing this subdivision completed. So thank you, Madam Chair. Happy to take any questions anyone has.
And this allocation is part of their YDSS allocation. This is not anything unusual in that respect.
No, that is quite correct, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Questions and/or a mover, please? I've got a motion on the table from Councillor Foster. Any questions or comments? Councillor Carruthers, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I know this usually waits until later in the process, but I just wanted to plant the seed that residents in this area would really like an always stop there. And so once we get into that level of detailed planning, if we could consider that, I'm thinking especially when there is construction vehicles going in and out, it's turning into a little bit of a speedway along there. So if we could look at an always stop at the north end of that, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carruthers. Mr. Molinari, you and your staff team have taken note of that, I'm hoping. Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, we have a motion moved by Councillor Foster. All those in favor? And that motion carries. Thank you very much. Next item on our agenda was J2. I know we dealt with this earlier, and Madam Clerk, you've noted that Councillor Johns declared an interest and did not participate. Thank you. Next item on our agenda is Development Services Planning Branch Report DS 26-23, which is a supplementary report to a prior report we received regarding our notice of intention to designate Group 1 properties located within Mount Albert. May I have a mover? Okay, I've got a mover from Councillor Foster. Ms. Vumvakis, would you like to present your report to committee, please? Oh, I
Thank you
should
very
also,
much,
before I
Madam.
let you proceed, I'm just going to note that Councillor Johns has declared an interest and is not participating in this discussion. Go ahead, go ahead, Ms. Vumvakis. Sorry to have interrupted you.
Thank you. No problem whatsoever. This report was for Committee of the Whole on June 2nd. And at that point, we had recommended that Council issue notices of intention to designate 7 properties within Mount Albert. Adoption of the recommendations, either both at this time through the supplemental report and also at the time that Council considered the report, does not result in designation of these properties at all. What it does is it indicates Council's intention to designate them. So the process may seem convoluted to people, and it is a complicated process because it's a first step where we indicate the intention to designate, then we come back, should Council agree to the issuance of the notices of designation, and then it comes back and people have the opportunity to formally object to it. However, at the time that this report was considered at the June 2nd meeting, we did have an individual who came out and expressed concern, following which Council asked staff to go back and ensure that all members of the public who are affected by this report would be informed with respect to the intention to designate their properties. So staff followed up with a registered letter to all individuals who own property. And I'm talking now not just about Mount Albert, but this subsequent report you're going to consider and the report that you will be considering tomorrow. So those notices did go out, and it explained the process to each of the affected property owners. Within Mount Albert, 3 of the property owners have indicated that they object to the intent of the council to issue notices of intention to designate. We've also not received responses from 2 property owners, and 2 other property owners reached out to staff to ask questions, but they have not at this juncture gotten back with a position of whether they support or in opposition. Before I go any further, I just want to remind everybody about why we're here. So Bill 23 proposed significant changes to the Planning Act, and this dates back to 2022. And these changes affected numerous planning instruments at the time. And a key change that came about with Bill 23 was that it starts to restrict listing a property from being listed indefinitely. So in short, the intention of the province at the time was either you use it or lose it. In other words, you either designate or you don't, but you cannot continue to have a property listed forever and a day. At this juncture, come January of 2027, if a property is not designated, it is removed from being listed. So we will not be able to protect it for an additional 5 years. As directed by council through the budget process last year and through the heritage strategy, we did hire a heritage consultant firm with expertise in the Ontario Heritage Act, who undertook the required detailed analysis, which is required to accompany each site to support any recommendations with respect to designating the property. And online today and previously, we have Joan Crosby of TMHC, who is here and is more than happy to answer any specific questions you have with respect to any of the specific properties and the criteria that is being recommended and why it's being recommended. So quite simply, at this juncture, if you decide to advance notices of intention to designate, we would come back in September and you would make the final decision with respect to whether or not a property is to be designated. Property owners will have an opportunity to formally object at that time, or alternatively, at this point in time, you as council can also make the decision to remove any properties that you may not want to proceed to being designated. So thank you very much. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. That's a very succinct and clear explanation of where we're at in this process. Members of committee, any questions at this time? Councillor Crone, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to staff and to the Heritage Committee for all their hard work on this. I think we certainly want to do everything that we can to support your efforts and to protect heritage properties in our municipality. However, I think we also need to make sure that we have willing participants when we do that. So I know we have, talking to staff, that we've had about 3 homeowners reach out and saying that they did not wish to have their homes designated. And under this, that would be the homes listed A, B, and E have indicated that they objected to the designation. And so I would move that we remove these from the list, not designate them, and to honor the wishes of somebody, of the homeowners that in all likelihood the decisions, if we were to designate it, could have impacts on their ability to get insurance, could have impacts on their property values, and it could have impacts on renovations that they would do their homes. So if they're not willing, I think we should honor that and remove them from the list. So, Madam Chair, that is an amendment I'd be making to the motion, that we remove items A, B, and E, as they have indicated that they don't wish to be designated. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Crone. Councillor Leahy, I see your hand. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, through you, Madam Chair. I am of the same feeling. I have had outreach from multiple members of the community and owners of specific homes that were in this first batch of designation. And in light of the emails that we received, in particular, I'm thinking of one from the eloquent deputant who back in June made a deputation before us all and very articulated in a very clear manner all of the reasons that they were requesting further conversations. So when I realized that between June 2nd, although they did receive a letter of apology, they have not yet to this date had a proper conversation, whether in person or by phone, that I believe goes against what the intent of the direction of the previous council meeting was, which in June, which was, my understanding, was to have a conversation with the owners. And I don't agree with forcing people who have followed the process to make their objections known. I think the process is flawed from the beginning, unfortunately, in terms of the timing of when this is coming before us. But I am fully supportive of preserving our community histories, but I am not supportive of the process that has evolved and the intention of communicating, which has still not been, in my opinion, satisfied to those who have objected to their homes being designated. So I will leave my comments at that.
Thank you, Councillor.
But I just want to, I would like to confirm through you, Madam Chair, with our General Manager, Carrie Vumbakis, that indeed that the homes that you have received written objections to, the RA, item A, Center Street, item B, Main Street, and item E, McCowan Road, the Holt School. So are those the three properties I'd like to confirm that we are considering removing from these, as in Councillor Crone's amendment?
Ms. Vumbakis.
Thank you very much, Councillor Leahy. I'm going to ask Jack to respond because I've been away and I'm currently away and I may not have seen the most recent correspondence. So I want to make sure that you have the correct information.
Mr. Krupnik, can you confirm that the three that objected are items A, B, and E, please?
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. So I can confirm by address, and maybe I'll look over to my staff member as well to confirm that those are the properties you are mentioning, Councillor. The objection letter received is for 31 Main Street, for 19139 Center Street, and 19141 McCowan Road.
Thank you. We've got nods and confirmation of the three addresses. Ms. Vumbakis, can you, I know that there's been some concerns from the community about this process. Can you confirm that we are following the provisions of the Ontario Heritage Act as it relates to this process? Because it's actually dictated to us through legislation how this is supposed to play out.
Thank you very much. I can confirm that with the direction that we received from Council on June 2nd, we have far exceeded the requirements with respect to designating properties. The general process is municipalities make the determination as to what properties should be designated. We confer with the Heritage Advisory Committee, and then a report is brought forward to Council indicating the properties that staff recommend be considered for designation. This, again, does not mean you're designating. It means that Council, should it agree with the criteria and the analysis, would then issue notices of intention to designate to the affected property owners. So in short, we've exceeded what we're required under the Act.
Thank you, Ms. Vumbakis. Councillor Foster, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A question either for our general manager or for our consultant, if she is still on the line. A priority of this council was to identify warranted properties and designate before the provincial deadline. That's what the Heritage Advisory Committee is working under. The Heritage Advisory Committee is working under that Ontario Heritage Act and trying to do things the way they are supposed to be done. By taking properties off of this list of the original 7, in my mind, we're kind of circumventing the process. What are the downfalls of circumventing that process? So what are the downfalls of taking properties off the list now before we go through the process and let those people have their opportunity to appeal and not agree at that time?
Ms. Crosby, are you on the line? She is.
Yes, I
There
am.
we are.
Yeah, here I am.
You were here in person earlier, weren't you?
I was here in
Okay.
person, but some obligations made me not be able to stay, but here I am in the afternoon,
Thank
so
you.
that's terrific.
Okay.
I think the main process is, as a councillor, and you mentioned, that if somebody objects ahead of the process, really what they should be doing is objecting once council has posted intent to designate. That is a legislated opportunity for members of the community, property owners, to respond formally that they don't want this for whatever reason. And I think it really is worthwhile to have a discussion in front of council, possibly in front of planning staff, as to the reasons why not. Why don't they want it designated? Because in my experience, and there are lots of studies underway, it doesn't necessarily mean that somebody has to pay more for insurance, for example. The way we have done our designation reports for you has indicated that when a property is designated, so it's not just the house or the church that's on the property, it's the property is designated, and then we go and speak to the specific details on the property as to why it's designated. Is it the house? Is it the shed at the back? Is it the landscape? Is it the cemetery? So then we talk about the main elements of why it's listed. But we've also included things that should not be listed. So we may talk about maybe what a church looks like, for example, but maybe there's elements on that church that are later additions, that are things that are not important. So we have also indicated that in the designation description. So down the road, if the property owner wants to make a change to their house, they will see the important features that we would like preserved and the municipality would like preserved, and things that are not important. So really what a designation is, it's a tool. It's a tool that the planning department, your planning department, will use to be able to manage change in a sympathetic way. So if you have a designated house, for example, the important features are listed in that designation description. It doesn't mean they can't add it on the back, they can't put, they can't make changes. It's not freezing a development in time at all. It's just allowing the municipality to step in and say, you know what, instead of that bright yellow siding that you really want to put on your red brick house, maybe there's something else we could do that's a bit more sympathetic with the style, with the neighborhood, with the community. It's a planning tool. So I would recommend that we follow the process and that the property owners who are objecting come after council has moved and posted intent to designate. Then that is the place for the discussion.
Thank you, Ms. Crosby. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Crone and then Councillor Carruthers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, and with all due respect to Ms. Crosby, I'll push back on the assertion that this doesn't have implications for insurance. I can tell you I have 20 years' experience in the business, and the owner of 19139 Center Street is an insurance broker, and he has over 30 years' experience in the business, and that was one of his primary reasons for not wanting the designation. So, with all due respect, I think that's a concern. I would flip it and say that we've gone this route. We've asked the property owners what their desire is. I would say remove them from the list now, and then if they want to be added back onto the list, they have until September to do so. But they've indicated that they want off, and I'm quite happy to honor that desire. So that's the way I would approach it, with all due respect.
Thank you, Councillor Crone. I got Councillor Carruthers and then Councillor Leahy.
Thank you. I think I've been fairly consistent when I've talked about my feelings towards this. The day that you put forward a hedgerow and a barn and a silo as visual reminders of what the original settlers built here, I'm all for that. But this number of houses, I don't believe in my heart of hearts that we have this many truly unique buildings worthy of designation against the will of the homeowner. So I appreciate a lot of work has gone into this, but what is lacking, and I'll echo a little bit what Councillor Leahy was saying, that it's that discussion with the homeowners that seems to be lacking. We need to have them as willing partners. And so when we say this is just an intention to designate, it's not actually the designation itself, I can tell you very strongly that I have no intention to designate a home where the homeowner does not want that designation. So I would not vote in favor of intention to designate when we know that there is an objection. There is a few institutional buildings later on in our list that I would be fine with, but if it is a homeowner's main asset and we are putting any sort of infringement on it, I just can't support that. That if it is so important, then it's the job of the people who are putting together this report, whether it's the Heritage Committee, whether it's the consultant, whether it's staff, whether it's a member of council who want to see this happen. We have to convince them first. So before convincing me, convince the homeowner. And I will 100% support anyone who wants their home designated, but I won't even tell them that I have an intention to designate their home because I don't if they don't want it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. I have Councillor Leahy, and then Mr. Krupnik, I think, had a few comments that he wanted to add. Go ahead, Councillor Leahy.
Thank you very much, through you, Madam Chair. So we were given these 7 addresses in June, and we discussed it very thoroughly in June. But I want to remind everyone, part of the discussion was these 7 addresses were selected from a list of almost 100 in Mount Albert. And so a quick walk down Main Street will show you, in my opinion, very clearly that there are potentially other homes on that list of 100 that we still have time to consider putting an intent to designate on a list and contacting the owners and then discussing it with other owners. And perhaps some of them are willing to participate in this process. But of those 7 that we have here, an argument could be made very strongly that, for example, item G and the other addresses that have had written objections made for, that they have had significant changes. And while they might meet the minimum criteria which the reports were based on, there could very well, out of that 100 addresses on the list, be other properties that are much better suited to be designated and may meet further criteria, more criteria than these properties. So I'm fully supportive of removing the 3 properties that the owners provided objection to, and I want to, for the record, make sure it's correctly understood that, in fact, the owner of 31 Main Street did come in person after the notice was made to in person make a deputation about all of the reasons why they did not want to be designated. So that has happened in person from the 31 Main Street owner. So I'd be happy to move the amendment made by Councillor Crone to remove these three properties from this list right now. Still with the understanding that there is still time, and we're looking later today at some future addresses that can be considered before the last meeting of term of council.
Thank you, Councillor Leahy. I am going to be asking for a mover and a vote on the amendment, but I did want to give Mr. Krupnik an opportunity to speak, as he had indicated he had something to add.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, very briefly, these aren't any words to sway council one way or another, just to clarify that the difficulty of, I believe Councillor Crone had mentioned that perhaps if something was, or something could be decided at a later point in time by council, the difficulty here is legislative requirements for notice. So we are asking for council to issue the notice of intent to designate so that a decision can be made at council in September. And that decision could be to designate or to not designate, similar to your discussion today, council. But without that notice being provided, that decision for designation could not be made. So we're essentially asking for the flexibility for further discussion and time so that the notice requirements can be met and council can make a more fulsome decision.
Thank you. Councillor Foster, and then Councillor Leahy, I noticed, okay, thank you. I saw you put your hand down, thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Foster.
I just want to reiterate to council that all we're trying to do here is follow the rules of the Ontario Heritage Act. By issuing the notice to designate, we are starting that conversation for the people that do not agree. I don't see how all of a sudden the town of East Gwillimbury wants to change the Ontario Heritage Act. Let's start the process and let it run its course the way it's supposed to.
Thank you, Councillor. So given that everyone has had an opportunity to speak, Mayor Hackson, did you have any comments you wanted to add at this time before I start going through the process of the voting?
Not at this time, thank you.
All right, so now that everyone has had an opportunity to address this, we have the original motion moved by Councillor Foster, and we've had a motion tabled, and I'm not sure whether it's Councillor Crone. Councillor Crone, you would have made that motion. I know Councillor Leahy's been pretty clear that she would support it as well. So we have a motion to amend the original motion that it would remove item A, B, and E. So that's moved by Councillor Crone. All those in favor? Opposed? And that motion carries. So the motion has now been amended to remove those three properties from the list, and I believe I have to call a vote for the original motion. Okay. Councillor Foster, do you still want to make that motion, or? Yes. All right, so Councillor Foster has moved. All those in favor of the amended motion?
We're voting on my amended motion.
So the original motion has now been amended to read that we receive the report, that we issue notices of intention to designate, but only to addresses C, D, F, and G, and that we consider the whether or not to designate the properties at September 9th, and that this be ratified on Thursday. So that's what we're voting on now. So the original motion has been amended. And anyone like to speak to the new motion? Councillor Foster, go ahead.
While I disagree with removing the three addresses, I will vote for this because we need to start the process on the remaining.
Thank you. Councillor Carruthers.
I would hope that there will be meaningful outreach to these affected homeowners. I don't think we had that. I think that was the intention of our previous motion. And based on the emails that we received, I don't feel that that's happened. If there is not real conversations to try and bring these people on board, then I won't be supporting it in September. If any one of these homeowners comes forward and says they would like their home designated, I'm happy to support them. But if there is if there's an objection or no reply, I won't be voting in favor of this. So I will vote for this now, but I beg staff and our Heritage Committee to have conversations with the homeowners on this list. Thank you.
So to confirm, staff, this is now when the meaningful conversation takes place on the remaining properties on this list, correct?
Madam Chair, that is correct. It's
Thank you.
once council has made the decision to issue notices of decision, of intent to designate.
Thank you. Councillor Leahy, go ahead.
Thank you. I just have one point of clarification. So the three property owners, these addresses that we voted in favor of amending this resolution, so they're being removed potentially, depending on how the vote goes. So are they removed until for 3 years in the future, or are they just removed until September 9th? So how long are they being removed for?
Ms. Vouvakis, I believe it's
Through
5
you,
years,
Ma-
you said earlier.
It would be 5 years. Come January of 2027, a property that is not designated cannot be designated for 5 years.
Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we have the motion as amended on the screen, moved by Councillor Foster. All those in favor? And that motion carries. Thank you. And we get to do it again all over again. Item number 4. Item number 4 is item number Planning Branch Report DS 2026-24, Notice of Intention to Designate Properties Located Within Queensville and the Yonge Street Corridor. And we have a very similar resolution before us with different list of addresses. Ms. Vouvakis, did you want to present this report to us? But before I do so, may I have a mover, please? I'm assuming Councillor Foster, you would like to move that? All right. Thank you, Councillor Foster. Ms. Vouvakis, please go ahead, if you have anything to add.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I'm going to keep it quite succinct. In this instance, we have 5 properties located within Queensville, and we have 6 properties that we're recommending along the Yonge Street corridor. Everything else that I said previously stands with respect to these reports, so I will cease speaking and just be ready to answer any questions and respond to you.
Thank you. Members of committee, any questions? Councillor Crone, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Like the previous session, items J and K, I understand from staff, have registered their objection to being listed, and so I would move an amendment that we strike them from the list. Thank you.
Staff, can we confirm that, please?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, that is correct. Properties J and K.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, so we have a motion on the table that the original resolution be amended to remove items J and K, which is 19828 Yonge Street, Johnson's Inn, and 19911 Yonge Street, which is Haynes House, as those have objected to in advance of the notice being issued. And that is moved by Councillor Crone. Any discussion on that movement, on the motion to amend? Councillor Foster, please go ahead.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I think it's worth mentioning that 19828 Yonge Street in Holland Landing is the site of the upper landing. We've heard lots of talk about the upper landing and some other reports that have, subjects that have been dealt with here in council. That is the location of the upper landing. So I'm not sure that everyone here knows the significance of that. Again, just because someone says we bought the place a few years ago, we don't know the history about it and we don't want it designated, I'm not sure that that's a good reason.
Thank you, Councillor. This is why I have also felt that we should be following the process so that we can have these discussions and learn more about why we should or should not, and that, as Ms. Crosby said, this is part of the process. So thank you for speaking on behalf of that address. We have a motion on the table to amend the original motion. Councillor Leahy, I'm sorry, I was looking across the table and I didn't see your hand up. Go ahead, please.
Okay, well, before we vote on that, I had another question for our general manager, and that is, these changes took place in terms of a deadline for designation in 2022, and we are now almost the end of July 2026. So I would like to understand better why we find ourselves in the position of rushing this process.
Through you, Madam Chair, quite simply, the heritage strategy was brought forward at the end of last year. There was a recommendation and a budget item to advance the study that we're undertaking now. Unfortunately, I can't speak to what happened in the preceding years because I was not with the town, so I was not part of the decision-making process. I can tell you many municipalities were in a similar situation, and the province did extend the deadline at least once since it enacted the bill in 2022. So we're not unique. Some municipalities have brought them forward by site. Some have been working and done group batch listings, as we are doing. But I cannot honestly respond to you as to why it was not advanced in 2023.
Thank you, Ms. Mouvakis. For a bit of historical context, pun intended, we've been working on this for quite some time. We had a list of listed properties that was, I believe at one point over 400 properties. It may even have been closer to 600 properties. I can't remember, but over the past decade, we have gradually been streamlining and working on our heritage initiatives. So the list had to be addressed. Then our heritage strategy needed to be looked at, and then this process had to get started. It also requires resources like a fully engaged and active Heritage Advisory Committee. It requires staff and expert consultants, which also require budget. So this has been a bit of an iterative process, and we've also been working against the time that the province has assigned to us. And so this is part of the reason why we're up against this deadline now. So that gives them some historical context to that. It's not the best situation, but it's the situation that we have now. Councillor Foster, go ahead.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'd just like to add to that we invested heavily in a heritage strategy that was worked on for a long time. In that heritage strategy, it talks about efforts to preserve cultural and build heritage. It talks about heritage conservation. It talks about protecting heritage for the appreciation of future generations. There's a list of priorities. Number 1 being protect and conserve EG's built heritage. Priority number 2, celebrate EG's built heritage. Priority number 3, support the town's Heritage Advisory Committee. Supporting the town's Heritage Advisory Committee would be to put these resolutions through because we are simply trying to follow the rules and start the conversations the way the Ontario Heritage Act provides it to be done. I just think we're circumventing the rules and regulations, policy and protocol, whatever you want to call it, and far be it for us to do that.
Could I add one more comment? I have to say the town has done a good job in advancing it. I know people say, and Councillor Leahy, I know you're saying, why didn't it start? I can tell you that there's a number of municipalities who have not initiated the process. And at this juncture, they have recommended and asked the province to extend the deadline. I do not anticipate that the province is going to extend the deadline. I think they would have done that before they recessed, but that was always a possibility. But East Gwillimbury is being proactive in that before the deadline comes, we are presenting council with at least 28 of the identified properties that you had identified as being critical to advance to designation or consider advancing to designation.
Thank you, Ms. Boumbakis. So seeing that, we have a motion moved by Councillor Crone to amend the original motion. Any discussion on that? All those in favor? Opposed? And that motion fails. It's 3-3. So, Madam Clerk, I believe we are back to the original motion, correct?
Through you, Madam Chair, that's correct. You're back to the main motion.
We are now back at the main motion. Any discussion on the main motion? So I have a motion as originally presented by Councillor Foster. All those in favor? Opposed? And that motion fails as well.
Madam Chair, I'm not sure what the protocol is to question the results of the vote, but I counted more in favor on that first one.
So the motion to amend was yourself, Councillor Crone, and Mayor Hackson supporting the change.
Okay,
Councillor Foster, Councillor Leahy, and myself.
thank you. Okay, I didn't have my camera
Did
up. I
not
thought,
support that. Am
Sorry,
I correct, Councillor Leahy? I want to make sure that I registered your vote correctly.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. So
Okay.
the motion to amend the original motion failed on a 3-3 vote. Am I correct
Got
in
it.
that understanding, Madam Clerk?
Through you, Madam Chair, that
Okay.
the decision rests upon the chair.
Okay. So then, procedurally, I'm proceeding with the original motion, and I called the vote on that.
I appreciate you. I just didn't see
I wanna make sure
Councillor
we're doing it
Leahy's
correctly.
hand. Yeah, I
Yes,
just
I want
didn't
to
see
make sure
it.
we're doing it correctly.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so committee, we now have not received this report, and we have not given staff direction on any of these properties. Would somebody like to put forward a different motion? Madam Clerk? At this point, we just have to move on with the agenda, correctly? Okay.
Through you, Madam Chair, that's correct. Committee has made a decision and the item was defeated. So you, given that there are no additional items in relation to this, you can move forward with number 5 on your agenda.
Councillor Foster, you,
Other than going ahead with the one we had in the first place, I have no idea.
okay. I think that's a, you know what? As chair, I will put forward a motion that the report be received, that we receive the resolutions of the Heritage Advisory Committee, and that we issue notices of intention to designate all of the properties with the exception of K, which is 19911 Yonge Street, the Haynes House, and that we consider whether or not to designate those at our meeting on September 9th, and that we ratify this on Thursday. So I've taken the original motion, I've left Johnson's Inn, which is the site of the upper landing, intact, and I have removed item K, which was the one that was originally objected to. I'm allowed to make that motion, am I not under the procedural bylaw, Madam Clerk?
Through you, Madam Chair, at this point, you haven't substantially changed the nature of the prior motion, but if the committee would like to reconsider, that is an opportunity to do
Okay.
so.
May I have a
the-
motion to
yeah.
reconsider? So we have a motion to reconsider moved by Councillor Crone. All those in favor? That motion carries. So I've now put forward a motion. I'm trying here, Councillor Foster.
Chair?
Yes.
May I suggest, it seems like it's J and K that there's some
Yes.
debate on.
Which is why I removed
Exactly.
K and
So
left J.
I'm wondering if we can move all the rest of them and come back to those two, because I'm afraid if your vote fails,
'Kay.
we're right back where we
All right.
are.
Let's do that. So we will do the original motion, which includes all of the properties, items A through I, and we are excluding J and K.
And we're going to come back to J and K, so
I'll make
people
another
don't have
motion,
to vote
Councillor
no.
Carruthers. Okay. Any questions on the motion? The intent is clear, I hope. It's moved by myself. All those in favor? That motion carries. All right, thank you. And then I will put forward a second motion that we do the same thing for item J, which is 19828 Yonge Street, which is Johnson's Inn, the site of the upper landing. And this is not to designate, but simply to have the conversation about whether to or not to designate. Any questions or comments on the motion? Go ahead, Councillor Carruthers.
I will be voting against this because my understanding is that there's a letter of objection from the homeowner.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That motion is defeated. Okay. That was some progress. Thank you very much. Item 5 on our agenda. I'm just going to give a moment for Councillor Johns to return to the chair, to his seat at the table, because I don't believe he has a conflict on this next item. Okay, item 5 is Development Services Planning Branch Report DS 2025-25, which is a request for an extension of servicing allocation for Solmar Development Corporation, 19086 Leslie Street. And we have a recommendation that, as presented in our agenda, may I have a mover in order to get this on the table? Moved by Councillor Johns. Okay, Ms. Wimvakis, would you like to present this report to us? Please and thank you. Did she leave in frustration? Okay, so we have a pinch hitter in the room. Mr. Krupnik, would you care to walk us through this report, please?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Through you, I'm just going to give the council some background on this. This was, or what is before us, was at one point, this property did have a site plan application on it. That a site plan application was SPA.18.10. It was approved by council in December of 2023. There were several conditions for allocation granted to that approval. And that was, and I think it's important that I read them, that was that the proposal conforms to the official plan, York Region official plan, and any applicable provincial plans and policies, that the owner also enter into a site plan agreement with the town, and that the owner convey lands to the town as shown in their approved site plan for parkland. Since that point in time, I will make members of council aware that these lands were sold to the existing owner, and that is Solmar is the owner and developer of these lands presently, and they are looking to retain some of their allocation and some of the conditions related to that allocation, but the proposal put forth before council is somewhat different. It is still a commercial and mixed commercial and residential development, but they are seeking to provide alternative conditions related to this application. And so that takes me back to the recommendations, and under recommendation 2, it's so that their site plan application can, so that their site plan be subject to the following conditions, or their allocation, be subject to the following conditions. That the owner does enter into that site plan agreement, which the first owner was intended to do as well, and that the owner provide to the satisfaction of the town a combination now of cash in lieu of parkland and as well as capital contribution in lieu of that on-site parkland. So, and also there's a time restriction here so that council may rescind the allocation for sanitary services if works do not commence by a year from today's date, July 23rd, 2027. And they are asking for this, or staff is asking for this ratification to, or this recommendation to be ratified on this July 23rd council. Thank you very much, and I await questions from members of council.
Thank you very much, Mr. Krupnik. Clerks, I wonder if you might be able to put up Appendix 3, which is the proposed site plan, on the screen, just so that we know what we're talking about here today. So I have a motion as moved by Councillor Johns. Discussion on the motion or the report. Councillor Carruthers, go ahead, please.
Thank you. This is rather disappointing. Council granted allocation based on a 2.5 acre park within this block. At the time, it sounded like it was a shell game, and I wasn't surprised when the land sold immediately after that. And now the new owner can't make a business case for developing the site with a 2.5 acre park. It's been in our plans for the Civic Center precinct. We've shown that land there as additional green space. So bottom line for me is I want what was promised to us. We said in exchange for allocation, you will provide us with a 2.5 acre park block. And if they're not, then they need to get back in line with everyone else for allocation in my mind. So to me, this is a new development. The fact that a previous owner with a previous plan was awarded allocation, to me is irrelevant to this site, and we need to look at this site on its own merits. Now, what is being proposed is that cash in lieu of parkland, but it's my understanding that this site would only generate an acre or less than an acre of parkland. And so the difference, cash in lieu, would be the difference between what they've got on this plan and the 1 acre that they need to provide parkland. But if they want to somehow go back to that previous allocation in exchange for 2.5 acres of parkland, then the cash in lieu has to be for that 2.5 acres, not for the 1 acre. So I just want to get an idea from staff of where these negotiations are at, because I don't like, this stinks. It just stinks to me, and I feel like it's been a bait and a switch, and doesn't make me feel very good.
I'm wondering if staff, and I'm thinking perhaps given that it's the parks portion of the application, whether Mr. Mazzotta might be better suited to answer that question, unless, is Ms. Vunvak back with us? I know she was having some connectivity issues. Not yet? Okay, so we're going to recognize Mr. Mazzotta to speak to the newer deal. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. As mentioned, the original owner, excuse me, included a park block of 2.5 acres. And so moving into the sale and the next owner and the site plan that we see right here, it's our understanding in terms of some of the negotiations we've been having with the developer that the park block is difficult to make a financial case to really build out what they want to do. So we looked at the site plan itself, and our first option is to obviously take originally what was included in the original development site plan. That being said, we also have an opportunity with this site plan specifically to, as mentioned in the report, to take capital contribution and put those funds towards the Civic Center redesign and construction. So it would, in a sense, offset that 2.5 acres, which would be negotiated through staff and the developer. and that money would be seed money for the redevelopment.
So parkland dedication requirements would be I think it's 2% for commercial and 5% for residential. For this proposed site plan, how many acres of parkland would they be having to give us as either as parkland or as cash in lieu of parkland?
Through you, Madam Chair. The original site plan that we're looking at right now, we didn't have exact numbers related to the commercial and the residential aspect piece of it. However, we estimate it's approximately 1 acre, which would be coming to the town as cash in lieu of parkland. And the remainder would be looked at in terms of a financial contribution for capital.
So it would be a community capital contribution to the equivalent of 1.5 acres of valuation.
Correct.
And that would not be tied to parkland development, but simply a community capital contribution that could be used in the community of Sharon, for example, at our civic precinct to undertake the work that we've already planned there.
Correct.
So it gives us more flexibility.
Correct.
Thank you. Okay. Go ahead further. Yeah.
So then the next part of my question is, now there's a precedent that you can give the town cash and get allocation. So I'm wondering what we're going to hear from other developers, and are we setting a precedent that in exchange for cash, we'll give you allocation? Our allocation is now for sale.
Which staff member would like to take that one? Mr. Krupnik?
Sure, through you, Madam Chair, and I'll let Mr. Masota respond to that as well, perhaps. But, you know, it is on, there is a determination at the staff level whether or not parkland is something that is needed in that subject site or on a subject site, or whether cash in lieu is the appropriate mechanism to take for an application. In this case as well, I mean, the capital contribution over and above that as well it's really to compensate for that lack of parkland that was initially brought on board in the initial application in 2023, in the hopes that there is a good use, or perhaps even a better use by Parks determination for the capital funds for their Parks master plan. So I'm not sure if I really get into the crux of what you're asking, Councillor, but perhaps I will let my Parks colleague address some of that.
Mr. Mazzotta, do you have anything further to add?
No, I don't.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe we have Ms. Mouvakis back as
good.
well,
Thank
so
you.
I don't know if Ms. Mouvakis wants to weigh in on this. Are you with us, Ms. Mouvakis, and have you been able to follow some of this discussion?
Yeah. Haven't followed the discussion, but caught the last question. I had to
Okay.
reboot, so I'm back.
Okay.
I don't think it is a precedent. I appreciate why one might think that, but it is not unusual for a municipality not to take parkland. In many instances, the cash in lieu may be the preferred approach to be taken, because it may be used to purchase lands or to combine it with something else. So one has to look at each of these cases on their own merits.
Thank you. I understand the cash in lieu on a regular type of development, but with this one, we are saying you can jump the queue on allocation. We had said by giving us 2.5 acres of park, and now we're saying you can jump the queue, because this is a different development than what was previously proposed, and it's a different owner. So now we're saying you could jump the queue on allocation by giving us the equivalent of 1.5 acres in cash. So it's that portion that doesn't sit well with me. I want the added benefit that we would have from that money, so that we can enhance other areas of the town. But it doesn't sit well with me that we're setting a precedent that over and above parkland dedication and cash in lieu, over and above that, there is another amount that is allowing this development to go through that would not otherwise go through.
Thank you for your comments, Council, I don't know, do staff wish to address that, or I think it's more of an expression of opinion at this point. Okay, so anyone else want to comment on the file in front of us? Councillor Crone, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm really struggling with this one. I had concerns at the beginning when the deal was first put together, and it felt like we might be enriching a land speculator, and it seems, anyway, I won't comment beyond that, but it didn't feel right then. I think there's some lessons learned here for us going forward. I want to thank staff for salvaging the deal as best that could be done. I just have to wrestle with whether I'm comfortable with supporting everything. It's not as clean as I would like. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just venting out loud here, Madam Chair. I'm troubled by this, and I don't know how I'm going to vote, but thank you.
Councillor Foster?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I guess I can contribute to the muddy waters here. I think this is a whole new deal. I don't think it hinges on the old deal at all. And I do agree with Councillor Carruthers. I think this somehow leans to a precedent, and I think we'll hear about it later with other developers. So I think this deal needs to go back to the beginning and start fresh. Again, something just doesn't sit right with me. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Councillor Johns, go ahead.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, just a couple of thoughts, and I'm not sure that they're organized in any particular order, so they might come out in a different from a domino effect.
You won't be alone this afternoon. I think a lot of people are feeling that way right now.
So the thing is that, like, if committee is looking to do a completely separate deal, okay, fine, and then going back and requesting allocation, I think we need to be transparent with ourselves as a committee that we very much would get less. If the way that I am viewing this is that committee and council made a previous decision to proceed with something that did look different, but still, this is still in line, predicated on what is essentially the 2.5 acres of parkland. Whether they decide that they wished to use the same plan or a different plan, the thing is that this committee and council encumbered that property with that 2.5 acres. And so the thing is that if what they are requesting now and saying that, yeah, we want to do something different, we recognize that we're still encumbered with the 2.5 acres, but we are willing to pay you the market evaluation for that so that you can, well, what we decide to do with that money would be our decision. But let's say that, Mr. Mazzata, you called out that it would be seed money for this placemaking exercise at the civic precinct lands. That would be the center of town and attraction. I actually, like, just roughly in my head, we seem to be the net benefit of anywhere from, like, I don't know what a service lands for an acre. You could be like 1.5 to 2.5. Like, I'm not some type of experienced person on that. But even if it was like, let's call the difference of 2 million, we're in 2 million to the net benefit because of what the leverage that was created with this opportunity for that person to move forward. And so while we're talking about a precedence, Ms. Moonvakis, I very much align with Ms. Moonvakis because you're having to look at every situation in a different way. So the question is, to Councillor Carruthers' point, the opportunity to have a park directly adjacent to the civic precinct lands north of Judah Dome, that's wonderful. So then what is in my head is that, well, if we take a step back from this deal, is this committee and council deciding to forego because they may just decide to put a small parkette on that and not give cash in lieu, we could be walking away from essentially over $4 million in capital funds that could be used as seed money. So that's everything that I think we need to be weighing, because that's cash on the table right now for an incredible placemaking opportunity with the civic precinct lands. And that's kind of where my head's at, and I actually don't see it as a precedent setting. I think it is looking at each individual project. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I think I'll use this opportunity, since everyone has spoken at least once who has asked to, as someone who has had innumerable conversations with the community about this site, and there's a great deal of pent-up excitement or energy or anticipation for what services may come to this site. People are seeking more community amenities in the area. And having sat here and seen previous iterations of this, there used to be a giant retirement home on this corner, and the folks who lived on Beachboro were going to be looking at the tail end of a multi-story building that was going to have garbage containers and ambulance bays and delivery trucks going into the back of that building. For me, I've seen a number of iterations of this site. I held my nose and said this was an opportunity at the last iteration for us to get something moving on this site. And that's why I granted the allocation at the time. The allocation is actually less allocation, so it's less units than it was originally granted. And it gives this developer 1 year to get things moving. And if they don't, then we start the clock again and we renegotiate another deal. But from my perspective, this gives them 1 year to get things moving, to deliver these services. And I see a lovely landscape buffer between the east and west portions of the Beachboro Crescent that actually takes pedestrians from Mount Albert Road, connects them past Judah Doan, behind the back of the Civic Center, and into the Children of Peace Park. This is creating neighborhood network and connections that we need. It's delivering parkland, and it's delivering seed money for an important civic precinct that we are also passionate about. What I'd like to see different in this site is I would like to see the commercial buildings, particularly in the center of the site, address Leslie Street. I don't like seeing a sea of parking. Our urban design standards suggest that that's what we want to see. We want to see buildings address the street and parking interior to the site. What that might also do is move the park further to the west, closer to the residential homes. So, because that's what I'd like to see, the park closer to where the people actually live. So those are the things that I'd like to see. I want to see this site be integrated into the civic precinct, and I know the community is going to welcome this and be excited about it. So from my perspective, I'm okay to take this deal, particularly because if we were to say, sorry, we're starting over, we would not be seeing that community capital contribution come in, and we would not have that additional benefit that would benefit our community and the things that placemaking that we want to see. So that's my opinion, and I'm going to open it back up to the floor for people to ask questions. Councillor Carruthers, go ahead.
Thank you. So you articulated a lot of what's in my head. I think there's two separate issues here. There's the merits of the application that's before us, and I applaud them for working with us. I've had many conversations with them, and I'm happy to see the addition of a small parkette for the people who are in that building, so the kids can get out on the swing set type of thing. So there's a lot of merits to this particular development. But then on the other side, the question is, as Councillor John said, that we somehow encumbered them with this 2.5 acre park. I do not agree with that. We negotiated with them that in exchange for allocation, they would give us a 2.5 acre park. Now, they want us to honor that agreement in a slightly different way. So they're asking that instead of giving us the parkland, they give us the cash in lieu. So we're right back to where we were before. Are we selling allocation for land or for money? And if we're comfortable selling allocation, then I want to know who else is going to step forward and put money on the table in order to get allocation. We have, a site in Ward 1 that's waiting on allocation. If they pony up the money, are we saying yes to that too? So it's the precedent that, I guess we already set that precedent when we agreed we would sell allocation in exchange for parkland, and now it's just a slightly different iteration that we're selling allocation in exchange for cash in lieu. So I think that this development on its own makes a lot of sense. I think it stinks that we had this prior deal. So if this on its own merits makes sense and we can get cash in lieu, then I can hold my nose and vote for this. But I don't like where this started, and I don't want this to be a precedent.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Johns, this is your motion. I was going to ask you if you would be open to amending the clause B. Right now, it says that the owner provide to the satisfaction of the town a combination of cash in lieu and a capital contribution in lieu of an on-site park. And I was going to add, and that such funds be allocated for the Sharon community and/or the civic precinct, so that it integrates that funds and that we are directing that those funds be used in this area. And I'm just asking for a friendly amendment, if you're okay with that.
As your Ward 2 Councillor ward mate, happy to.
Thank you. So, committee, we have a motion on the table from, and I know Councillor Carruthers, you're concerned, but I also feel that staff have made a better deal for the community than it originally was, and that the history on this property should not necessarily be held against them, because even before we had that deal, this particular piece of land was being marketed as having had site plan approval and allocation assigned to it when it was on the market. So it's not Solmar's issue. They purchased this in good faith, and it's our duty to work with them in good faith. So I appreciate you being open-minded to that. So any further discussion on the matter? Go ahead, Councillor Carruthers.
So while we're looking at friendly amendments, that clause B that you were talking about talks about an on-site park block in lieu of an on-site park block. I'm just wondering if we want to put an acreage on that, because I don't want them to give us cash in lieu of a half-acre park, when really what council is considering is we're making this decision based on the fact that it's cash in lieu of the 2.5 acres that they had.
Staff, would it be appropriate for us to say that it be in lieu of a smaller on-site park? Or sorry, a larger on-site park?
The original on-site park.
In lieu of the original on-site park? How should we word this so that we both get the small park and, because originally it was supposed to be 2.5 acres, and it's now going to be about an acre as far as I recall, or something. We still want a park here in the site plan.
Through you, Madam Chair. So the question relates to the on-site park.
Yes.
Which they have provided. It is private. It's not a town-owned park, so just to be clear. Everything within that site is owned by the developer.
Okay.
So we are getting, in this recommendation, we are getting two things. We are getting cash in lieu of parkland for the 1 acre, roughly, and we're also getting a community capital contribution that would be negotiated at a later date.
For the 1.5.
But staff
Correct,
also.
for the difference.
So staff are also hearing that council, in the site plan that they're going to approve, would like to still see that neighborhood amenity that will be privately owned.
Correct.
Okay.
So my question is about that this is not saying the size of that community capital contribution. And I understand we don't want to put dollars into here because it is a negotiation. And so I'm not sure what the correct way to proceed is, but I'm not fine if they give us, $100,000 in lieu of a small park. The intention of council is that we are getting cash in lieu of that 2.5 acre park that they originally were granted allocation contingent on.
Through you, Madam Chair, again, I'll make the suggestion, would it be maybe a suggestion to include the acreages in terms of mentioning the 2.5 acres specifically?
Thank you. That's what I'm asking. Thank you.
So it would be in lieu of the 2.5 acre site, park. You okay with that, Councillor Johns?
Oh, sorry.
Through you, Madam Chair, I'm just sitting here contemplating, so if I was the other side, am I saying, well, we are supplying a park, and so that would be minus off of the 2.5? I guess my concern is, from a litigious standpoint, the way that the motion was drafted, I felt allowed the staff to be able to execute, and I worry that if we start putting in numbers there, if I'm on the other side of the desk, I might be saying, well, I am providing you a park, so I need to remove that from the 2.5. If there is no legal concerns, then I'm fine. I just don't want to create exposure where exposure doesn't currently exist.
I think staff have been clear in the report what was happening. Is there any confusion here if we just leave it as is? Councillor Carruthers.
There is confusion because Councillor John says that they're providing parkland, and our staff are telling us they're not actually providing parkland. They're providing green space, but there is no parkland dedication to the town. So I'm confused, and I just don't want this to come back and find out that we didn't get what we were expecting.
Councillor Carruthers, it's my understanding, and I'll ask staff if I'm paraphrasing correctly, we are getting a neighborhood amenity as part of the site plan that will be privately owned by the condominium corporation or the landowner. And we are getting two payments. One is cash in lieu of parkland, and we are getting a community capital contribution.
That is correct.
Thank you.
And to be just, sorry.
Go ahead.
Through you, Madam Chair, just to be clear, the cash in lieu of parkland is part of the Planning Act. It can only be used for land acquisition. It cannot be used for any other purpose.
That's an important distinction.
Yes,
Thank you.
so it's very different in terms
Right.
of seed money to build something.
Exactly. So, and the cash in lieu of parkland is outlined in the Planning Act, so we have an idea of what amount that's going to be.
Yes.
This other one is left open to interpretation. That's all I'm saying, is that we're leaving it open to interpretation, and if it comes back and it's less than what we were expecting, then we've given away our limited allocation on something that was not the intention of council. So I just think it needs to be more clearly stated in the motion.
Go ahead, Councillor Johns.
Madam Chair, so to Councillor Carruthers' comments, I am completely open to an amendment. I am just thinking this through. And so if our solicitor would like to comment onto the wording of the amendment, then I'm open. Whatever is appropriate, or solicitor or our Parks and Recreation staff, defer to staff's experience.
Ms. Ingram, would you like to weigh in?
Through you, Madam Mayor.
Just chair for today.
Yes, just the chair. Yes, thank you. I'd like to see it up on the screen if I could, because I have been listening. I just don't have it in front of me. But yes, I really think that Councillor Carruthers is correct. There is, in my view, there could be some mistake made in the future on this matter. So we need to be very specific, and if we could bring that report up, maybe we can work that through.
Madam Clerk, can you put the resolution up on the screen? And I think it was simply the addition of that such funds be allocated for the Sharon community and/or the civic precinct. We weren't putting acreage in just yet.
Through Madam Chair, just bear with us. We're going to put that right on the screen.
So Ms. Ingram, this was the resolution as presented in the prepared agenda, and we simply added in under Clause B that we would, that the money that was part of the community capital contribution be basically assigned to the Sharon community and/or the civic precinct. So we weren't trying to sort out the quantum, and my perspective is that I trust that staff will negotiate a really good deal on behalf of the community, and that that there will be valuations done on both sides, and we'll come to an agreement on that amount of money. But I guess Councillor Carruthers is a bit concerned about making sure that we're protecting ourselves. Go
I'm
ahead.
just wondering if it's just as simple as changing the word an on-site park to the original on-site park. So we're looking for capital contribution in lieu of the original on-site park block.
Does that work?
Through you, Madam Chair, it's still, in my opinion, still a little vague. Should we be using the 2.5 acre? There's knowns, and we know that the original plan included a 2.5 acre park, and that is our known. Maybe the resolution could include language that includes, would negotiate based on land values of a 2.5 acre park, for example. Something that is a little bit more concrete in terms of what we know.
Okay. So, Madam Clerk, can you live edit for us, please? Sorry.
That's okay, just bear with us 2 seconds and.
Ms. Ingram, go ahead.
Through you, Madam Chair, again, I think it's really important as well, because this was an original owner, there was an original owner, and this is the subsequent owner, as I understand it. In the original contemplated site plan approval that Councillor Carruthers has been referring to, it referred to a specific site, like the largesse of the park, and that 2.5 acre is, and that's where I think you have to be careful and cautious to refer back to the original owner. And maybe if we had a reference to when that site plan, the date of that site plan approval, that would be helpful.
So how about I make a suggestion that we understand where we're headed today. We're sitting in committee of the whole. This will be brought to us for ratification on Thursday in its final form. So how about we approve this in principle with direction to staff, verbal direction to staff to bring us the actual final wording based on the discussion here today that puts us all in the comfortable spot for ratification at council on Thursday. Is that okay?
I don't see why we don't put in the 2.5. We can, as you said, we can massage it, but if we're going to approve it today, then in principle, then the in principle is that it's a 2.5 acre park.
Yes.
And if it wants to come back to us with slightly different wording, that's fine, but I don't want to approve it as it's on the screen. I want that in lieu of an on-site park to be in lieu of a 2.5 acre on-site park.
Madam Clerk, you've heard the intent of committee. We would like to ensure that the resolution includes a 2.5 acre park with the wordings that will be suggested by Parks and Legal working together, as well as an assignment of the CCC for the Sharon community. Okay. That's moved by Councillor Johns. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that motion carries. Okay. Is there any appetite for a recess at this time? We've been sitting here for an hour and a half, or would you like to continue going into the Young and Green Lane secondary plan? Okay, no, there's no appetite. Let's keep moving. All right, so the next item on our agenda, it's the last one on the prepared agenda for Development Services, is Planning Branch Report DS 2026-26, which is the Northwest Young and Green Lane Community Design Plan Supplementary Report. And may I have a mover, please? Okay, moved by Councillor Johns. Ms. Vumvakis, would you care to present your report, please?
I'm asking Mr. Krupnik to present.
Okay. Mr. Krupnik, can you please
Can
go
you
ahead?
hear me?
We can hear you. Thankfully, your camera is off, which is helping with your connectivity, but we'll get Mr. Krupnik to present this for us. Thank you.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Chair. Council may recall that this, there was a recommendation report brought before Council in April of this year. At that point in time, members of Council made a number of comments and suggestions with regards to this, the site plan for this community design plan. In the intermediate, in the time between that and today, there have been a number of substantive changes that have been made to the community design plan, and I'll just bring Council's attention to them briefly and in a kind of a quick manner. And really, they can be referred to at the site plan, which is attached as Appendix 1. There's also a larger version provided to Council through a link at the bottom of Appendix 1. But some of the primary components of that is one being the parkland. There was a desire for a smaller community park within the community design plan further to the west of the community, embedded within the west portion of the community design plan. So a park close to an acre has been situated in the far, perhaps not far, but in the western portion of the community design plan. So that's one of the substantive changes that have been addressed, and that's from commentary from members of Council. Another is that there has been a substantial kind of decrease in the density that was initially proposed. Initially, there was about 7,000 units proposed within the community design plan. There was concern that some of that would require an official plan amendment within the community design plan area, so that has been reduced, so that there's no longer this insinuation, I guess, that official plan amendments will occur in the future in the community design plan area. I'm not here to guarantee to Council that one would not at some future point in time, because that is a process that's I have no control over. But within the community design plan itself, the densities that are being proposed fit within the low, medium, high density permissions of the official plan. So that density is reduced from 7,000 units to now 5,500 units for the CDP area. And just a point of clarification as well, that the stormwater ponds are also that exist off-site, exist on lands owned by the applicant, and that can be utilized for that stormwater function in the future. There was a request perhaps to review whether those lands can be brought within the CDP area, and they absolutely cannot within this point in time, because they're outside of the settlement area for the town of East Gwillimbury. So that's kind of a full stop on that one. The other thing to mention is just that circled back with the school boards, and they're absolutely ecstatic with their campus relationship between the parks and the school sites. The school sites, I do want to clarify that the school sites can accommodate all their open space and build form needs on their respective parcels. They do not require public parkland for that, or the public park block for that. So they can accommodate their open space needs on their parcels, but the campus setting is something that is desirable from staff's perspective and from their perspective as well. And they are also happy with their two road frontages, their locations on site, the shape of their parcels, and as well as their ability to use their dual frontages for ingress and egress out of their sites, and for that's for school buses and for pickup drop-offs. And I think that was the majority of the kind of commentary that was heard in April. But I'm happy to address anything else that members of council wish to bring up today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Krupnik. I'm wondering if there is, just trying to pull up might be helpful to have a visual for us. Can we put Appendix 1 up on the screen just so we can have a visual while we're doing the discussion rather than simply the motion? That be okay, Madam Clerk? Okay, so I have a motion on the table from Councillor Johns. Any discussion? Councillor Crone, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just share with you the thoughts that are bouncing around in my head right now. This is a substantial, it's still, even though there's been a reduction in units, it's still a substantial increase in population for the town and certainly for the ward. 5,500 units. If we use 2.5 people per unit as an average, that's just shy of 14,000 people that will be popping in here. I think there might be some merit in deferring this to the next term of council and let the people that are going to have to deal with it approve it. Because I'm not sure we're giving them and doing them any favors, whoever the next council will be, by leaving this little prize for them. So that's the thoughts initially in my head. Happen to listen to my colleagues to convince me otherwise, but I'm still concerned about this. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councillor Carruthers, go ahead.
Thank you. And I just want to, first of all, thank staff for the high-resolution link on this one, because when we get these massive developments and then you try and scroll in and there's no resolution. So the link right under the map was very helpful. I agree with Councillor Crone. This is a massive development. This would double the size of Ward 1. It needs substantially more discussion. I appreciate the park to the west, and now I'm looking at the high-density residential on the southeast and wondering where those kids are going to go to slide and swing, the little kids, right? So it's the same. It just doesn't feel very well thought out. It's a sea of houses, and to me, not anywhere close to the amenities that the community needs. Now, you'd said that there has been substantive changes since the last time that we had a community meeting on this. So I think if there's substantive changes, then it needs to go back to the community again. We have one chance to get this right. And I think rushing it through in July with same-week ratification with a council that the majority are not running for re-election doesn't speak to transparency and accountability to me. I think that this needs to come back with the new council, with a community meeting, and let the new council hear exactly what the community feels about this and the substantial changes that have been made to it.
Mr. Krupnik, can you clarify that this is what this file is? This is not a site plan, a subdivision agreement, or this is a community design plan, which is the next, where does it fit in the hierarchy of planning documents? So this is not stamped in stone, it's
Yes, thank
closer.
you.
I'm just wondering if you could explain this a
Madam
little bit
Chair,
further
yes,
for us.
of course. So I believe council is aware that community design plan is a non-statutory application process that we have in East Gwillimbury. So it is a process which in East Gwillimbury follows a secondary plan process. So we have the Green Lane secondary plan. The CDP, the Northwest Yonge and Green Lane is CDP is a process which follows that secondary plan. So essentially, all the majority of the kind of studies around amenities, populations, and traffic, other things, a lot of that is done at the secondary plans stage. And then that information is taken by the applicants of a CDP, and they try to fulfill the vision of that secondary plan. This is a quadrant of that secondary plan. So they're essentially placing on there what the secondary plan has asked for, and that is, essentially a road network, essentially parks, open spaces and trails and school blocks. In terms of, and those school blocks are identified on that secondary plan within this quadrant. So they are fulfilling their obligations under that secondary plan. So it is difficult to put on an applicant, on a CDP applicant, an obligation that goes perhaps over and above what the secondary plan does and says, you know, we want you to re-examine or re-review some of the kind of amenities that we feel were perhaps not properly addressed in the secondary plan, because the secondary plan is precisely where it is the determination to place those amenities and those items. So it's not within the CDP to kind of go over and beyond the secondary plan. Within the following a community design plan, one that's also adopted by council, it's essentially a master plan in principle, councillors. So, you know, you're adopting something in essence in principle, and that it will be a guide for the 4 landowners that are within the CDP then to make their following draft plan of subdivision applications. And as council knows, each draft plan of subdivision application follows a fairly rigorous and lengthy public process, one that involves public meetings. It can also involve meetings outside of council chambers, and in which the CDP will then be, the details of the CDP will start to shine. So I think I will communicate at least that the applicant for the CDP, I think in essence was brave enough to come forward into a CDP process in which was somewhat unfamiliar to them and fairly new to staff as well. We have not processed a lot of community design plans. But they have also been responsive to our needs and our comments of staff, comments of our agencies, and they've also been receptive and have initiated changes due to comments of council or of this council. So at this point, they are anxious to make their formal legislative statutory obligations under the Planning Act for a draft plan of subdivision. So they do want to do that. And the hesitation is that we're trying to put forward communities and build communities in a time in which a little presently is being constructed. And so they do want to move forward with these processes, and not adopting this master plan or this CDP in principle could delay that further, could delay further houses and shovels in the ground for East Schoolbury, or, you know, it could, an applicant can choose to, and I'd prefer this not to happen, but they can choose to potentially bypass the community design plan process and come forward to the town with a draft plan of subdivision application, which is within their right to do so.
But we might also get 4 different draft plan of subdivisions that don't create a road network and are done in isolation and not done as a group.
Through you, Madam Chair, absolutely. So in this process, this community design plan, the 4 landowners, they're coordinated. They're coordinated in their efforts to study what they're putting forward between us, for the reports they put before us, and for the master plan we see before us. If there's no consensus by council to move forward in principle this initiative, the CDP, you know, we do have to question potentially how they will work together moving forward, and if we will see 4 very different draft plan of subdivisions come forward, each with their own interests in mind.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Johns.
Thanks. Through you, Madam Chair, a couple different thoughts. So immediately when I heard the comment regarding deferral, I immediately went to the fact that I felt that this was a non-statutory process, and Mr. Krubnik, you just did confirm that. And I do appreciate sincerely the intent of a deferral. I appreciate the spirit of the deferral, let me say that. But I will also say on the other side of the coin, this has been come before council, or sorry, committee, multiple times and with input, and to Councillor Carruthers' point about the parkland and the campus settings as staff were speaking about. I do worry, given that it's non-statutory, that we're going to lose an opportunity of control for the best possible outcome for the community. I do also just want to make a comment about the intent. If there are strong arguments for the intent of deferral that are outside of the argument that we're in the election and councillors aren't coming back, I would like to hear them, because I do feel strongly that if the argument is that that a majority of council isn't coming back, we just voted down earlier today a motion that said, no, you can call us back and we can make these decisions. And I will also call out, we have made a whole bunch of decisions today, whether it's for $1 or 10 million. And so I recognize that this is about the future of the community and the impact that it has, but the community design plan very much is an added layer of being non-statutory that helps us move in the right direction that we want to be. And to the decision earlier today, staff wouldn't have the opportunity on draft subdivision plan, so it still would come back to council. So those are just a couple of my thoughts on this.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Foster, go ahead.
Again, this is such a large development. I guess I could ask Mr. Krubnik, we're talking about a community design plan that we're going to see in 4 different subdivision agreements. I know that they are supposed to be aligned. Is our staff confident in the fact that we're going to go through and talk about a community design plan in principle and not have it come back to us 4 different ways? I just can't help but think that this better be right if we're going to move ahead with it. And I'm not sure we're there yet, having 4 different developers that have to satisfy our staff and council, this one or the next one or whatever, that this is right. Am I going the wrong way here? Am I leading you down a wrong path?
For me, and I'll ask Mr. Krubnik to answer as well, but I feel like this is the next iteration of the Green Lane secondary plan that we've already approved. We've got an official plan, a draft official plan that says we're going to see significant amounts of growth, and we've already done a secondary plan that says there's going to be growth here.
This is significant.
And it's significant. And so at this point, what staff have communicated to us, and Mr. Krupnik, maybe you can reassure me, but what we've got is we've got a number of landowners who have collaborated and said, we're not just going to plan our subdivision in isolation and have dead-end streets all around or create loops, we're going to create connectivity. So that's how I'm seeing it, but I'll let Mr. Krupnik answer.
Until they all come in separately.
Until they all come, well, and I think that's the risk, is if we don't approve this, the risk is that they will come in separately.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. Well, I mean, approval of this, would then set the stage for their draft plan and subdivision applications. And again, that draft plan approval is with council. It sits with council. So, there is a lot to go up against if you say, hey, we have this process. It's embedded in our new official plan as well, the community design plan process. You went through it, we approved it, and now you're coming back to us with something different. So, it impacts a lot of things, including potentially allocation in the future. So, I think an applicant does want to go through this process. If I don't believe council has heard any concerns or letters pertaining to even the official plan, which has been before the council related to the CDPs, because people have essentially bought into it. But they bought into it under the premise that they'll work with us and we work with them, right? So it's a process that goes 2 ways in some capacity. I will also say that our existing official plan and our new official plan reiterate the need to keep our existing communities of Sharon, Queensville, Mount Albert, Holland Landing, as communities in some way similar to what they are today, with perhaps limited growth, and that limited growth comes at the expense of growth happening where council wants it to happen. And that's predominantly within the Green Lane Secondary Plan area, and that's also within the Complete Communities Plan areas.
Thank you. Just further, Councillor Foster? Okay, and then I have Councillor Carruthers.
Thank you, Mr. Krubnik. I just can't help but think, going back to what Councillor Carruthers brought up a while ago, an area of this where it becomes evident that there's not enough parkland, or that the parkland is too far away. And then the council of the day, when they're dealing with the subdivision agreement, says, we want parkland there. The developer at some point is going to look at staff and go, why did I go through the community design plan to have council of the day want something more? I don't think that's a stopper, but I can't help think it's going to be difficult down the road.
Through you, Madam Chair, and it's at the very least going to be a long process, right? Not only do we have potentially 4 draft plans of subdivision, we can have more draft plans of subdivision. Each of these may be numerous draft plans of subdivision applications. But further to that, we also potentially have future site plan applications, future lifting of H applications. So it's a phased opportunity and a long opportunity for any council of the day to work with applicants to see the fruition and the vision of their community. So those opportunities are going to be plentiful, and they're going to come before council on more opportunities than I have fingers, right? So they're going to come before council on a number of occasions.
Thank you. Councillor Carruthers, go ahead.
Thank you. So I think my comments were taken out of context, that, at $1, $1 million, we're making decisions, absolutely, and we should be brought back to make decisions that must be made during this term of council. This is an entirely different kettle of fish. This is about doubling the size of Ward 1. And to me, that is something that we need to pause and think about. There's not the timing issues that there are in some of the other items on our agenda that absolutely need to be approved for various reasons. Taking our time to get this right, as Mr. Krubnik said, this is a fairly new project. It's our process. It's not statutory. So let's make sure we get it right. And to me, we have not got it right. When we talked about other issues, there was a reluctance to approve things that might tie our hands going forward. This will tie our hands going forward. If this is approved, then all the plans of subdivision will be based on this. And to me, this is not the future we should be building for East Gwillimbury. Look at the lack of park space. Look at the lack of green space. These homes are so small, they do not have backyards. They need places that they can walk to easily for their children to play. There needs to be more green space because of the density. And we're not seeing that here. And, I go back to the comment that there's been substantive changes made since the last time the public saw this plan. And I just cannot vote in favor of something like this that is so monumentally significant to our community. And when we're looking for same week ratification, it's too big to be rushed through. And this feels to me, and the comments I've heard from residents, is it feels like it's being rushed through when it doesn't need to be. There's other items on this agenda that feel to me like they're being rushed through as well, but I understand the deadlines, I understand, requirements under the Planning Act, et cetera, et cetera. This one, we can take our time to get it right. And we all have talked about smart growth, about planning in a way that is thoughtful and meaningful, and rushing something through like this, it, to me, is not that. It goes against the things that we've talked about.
Any other comments? Councillor Crone?
Thank you, Madam Chair. When you look at this development, You look at Green Earth Village that we looked at earlier, you know, the just two developments that we're looking at, that's would equate to about 23,000 people, an increase. It's a 50% increase in our population, roughly. That's an enormous growth spurt. And, you know, I was listening to Councillor Carruthers talking about, you know, some of the complaints we get, you know, is we don't have enough parking in our neighborhood. We, you know, my driveway's not long enough, can't put 2 cars in. Snow, where do you put the snow in the winter? There's a lot of issues that I think we just keep kicking the can down the road, and I'm not feeling comfortable with this. I haven't heard compelling arguments that we've got a gun to our head that we need to go ahead and approve it now. But, you know, and I'm looking out into the chamber here today. I see 4 people that are going to have their name on the ballot in the next election, and they may have to live with this. So I want to be able to look them in the eye and say, I did you a favor, or I didn't do you a favor.
I think there's 5.
There's 5? Sorry, my apologies. If we're going to be honest and say we need to catch our breath on development, we need to take our foot off the pedal on development, then this isn't it. I think we need to stand behind that. But I'd be quite happy to defer this to the next, to December.
So anything new, or anyone who hasn't had an opportunity to speak at this point, because I think we've had some repetitive comments, opinions are clear here. I guess what I will say is that my comments regarding this when it came back to us the last time was that it didn't meet our OP, and the density was going to require an official plan amendment even in order to be approved. And so this new plan is, it was almost 7,000 units, it's now 5,500 units, and it now meets our official plan. That density is something that we've planned for in our other planning documents. And so while it may not be appealing to any of us, this is the reality that we're unfortunately tasked with at this council table, is to find ways to address the growth that is coming towards us. So at this point, we've got a motion on the table from Councillor Johns. Where would committee like to take it? I thought I heard a motion to defer. I wasn't sure if it was an official motion or if it was simply an idea. Councillor Leahy, you haven't had an opportunity to speak. Did you wish to speak to this?
Through you, Madam Chair, I'm fine at the moment, and I think we should call the question at this time. There's been lots of discussion, so I think we should call the question.
I hear you. Madam Mayor, you have not spoken. Do you have anything to add at this time?
I'm still sitting and listening and gathering. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I have a motion at this time moved by Councillor Johns as presented.
I would like to make a motion to defer.
Okay, so we have a motion. Go ahead, Councillor Johns.
Did Councillor Leahy, though, just ask to call the question?
She indicated that she was ready to vote. I don't think she made a motion to call the question. Councillor Leahy?
Yes, I did.
You made a motion to call the question?
Yes.
Okay.
Through you, Madam Chair, I clearly made a motion to call the question now. I said we had sufficient discussion.
Okay, thank you. So I will move forward with the original motion as presented.
So point of order, I had also moved to defer much earlier, and you said you weren't sure if it was a motion or an idea, and I said it was a motion.
Madam Clerk, can you advise, was there a motion put on the table to defer?
Through you, Madam Chair, I would have to resort to your leadership on this. We had heard indication that there's an appetite to defer matters into the new term of council. However, I'm unclear as to whether or not, as the chair, you have taken that as a
I did
as a
not
motion.
hear it, or I would have made that motion at the beginning. So I'm going to proceed with calling the original question as Councillor Leahy had indicated. So we have a motion on the table. All those in favor?
I believe we need to vote on the calling the question. I think we need to check our procedural bylaw there, because you can't just call the question when other people still have things to say.
Every member of committee was given an opportunity to speak to the matter. I am calling the vote, and the vote can proceed accordingly. If we would like to make a second motion after that vote, we can go ahead. But at this point, I am calling the question on the original motion moved by Councillor Johns. All those in favor? All those opposed? That motion is defeated. Committee, where would you like, I'm at your leisure, where would you like to take this matter?
I would like to defer.
Madam Clerk?
Through you, Madam Chair, in accordance with the procedure bylaw, a motion to defer must include both the matter that is being deferred and the reason for the deferral. So if you are able to provide that clarity, we can capture that in the resolution.
Councillor Carruthers, would you provide the clarity, please?
I'm sorry, I was being spoken to. Can you repeat? We need.
The clerk has asked us to, has asked committee to provide clarity on what matter is being deferred and why.
Okay, so the endorsing in principle the revised Northwest Young Green Lane Community Design Plan concept. I can leave it to someone else to defer because it has been defeated. So I think it's up to you as the chair to decide where you want to go with this. I tried to save this by deferring it. So I think it's up to you to decide where you want to take it. Right now it's defeated, so I'm not sure if deferral is even an option. So I'm going to leave it with you.
Madam Clerk, is it possible for us to ask staff to bring this matter, to bring the report to a future meeting of council?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the reconsideration would apply when your motion is substantively the question is whether or not you can present a motion that is going to be substantively different than the original motion that was just defeated. Is that correct?
Sounds like it.
So if the motion that you are introducing is substantively different, you don't require a reconsideration. The reconsideration is required when you're trying to reconsider an item that was defeated in its entirety, or if the substance of the motion is very much the same. So for this one, if the chair would like to present a motion, or if the committee would like to present a motion to refer the item, we would require some clarity in terms of, is it the report that is being referred, and to what meeting, for what purpose? We can capture all of that into the resolution.
The reality is that committee was not ready to endorse this as it stands. And so if there are things that need to be changed, then that's what needs to happen. So I'm looking for a motion from committee. Otherwise, I will bring this portion of our meeting to a close. I think that would be a disservice to the community and to staff and to this initiative. But I'm working within with what I've been provided by members of committee as far as motions and when they were made. Councillor Johns?
Yeah, Madam Chair, if I could, I will just say the motion didn't carry, so it failed, and there was the intent to have the item deferred to a new term of council. Council can at any time reconsider an item. If it is not appearing that this term of council is not looking to reconsider based on the silence that is sitting here, it would be up to a new term of council to reconsider. So the spirit of this committee's intent was they didn't want to deal with it and address it in a new term of council. I believe the committee got their wish.
Okay. Then that brings us to the end of our prepared agenda. Does anyone have anything further to raise under this area? Seeing none, I'll turn the chair back to you, Madam Mayor.
I have moved to item K, Engineering and Public Works with Councillor Leahy in the chair. And is number 1.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I am moving on now to item K, Engineering and Public Works. There are 3 items on our agenda today, and the first item is the T-26-15 Sharon Water Main Replacement Contract Award, and I'm looking for someone to move this. Okay, I'm going through all the screens because I'm joining you virtually. So, Councillor Johns, did you have your hand up? Sorry, I can't. Okay, yes, thank you very much. Okay, so we will move on to this, and I'd like to ask our General Manager, Mike Molinari, to speak to this resolution and recommendations, please.
Through you, Madam Chair. This is a standard award report to install a number of water main replacements in Sharon, totaling approximately 3 kilometers in length, along with a new sidewalk connection on Mount Albert Road. So the project has significant funding by grants, as well as development charges and portion through our reserves. The award is within budget, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, General Manager. Are there any members of the committee that have any questions? Councillor Roy DeClemente, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just wondering when this project will start and when it will be completed, and what the communications plan is for the affected streets, the residents on those affected streets.
Through you, Madam Chair. So this is going to be a multi-year construction project. This is a significant amount of work that has to take place. There will be, first thing is to get a meeting with the contractor, get a schedule, figure out how they plan on implementing the project. Then we will be working with our comms team in order to provide notice to residents to let them know when this is going to be happening. So likely there will be several different rollouts, because we'll want to, because this will be happening over a longer period of time, that communication will probably happen on a street-by-street basis, depending on when that's happening. So the first step is to get the plan from the contractor. Then we'll work with our comms team to make sure that residents are fully made aware of the work that's going to be rolling out.
If I may, Madam Chair, just for further clarification, how long do you estimate the project to take once it is started?
Through you, Madam Chair, it'll be approximately 2 years. So, you know, the water main work will likely take into 2 construction seasons to complete, and then there's some restoration work, et cetera, that's going to be required for the sidewalk. So it's likely a 2-year time frame.
And will it get initialized and started in this construction season?
That is the plan, yes. But again, we need to have that meeting with the contractor once it's following award to get that done. But there's still lots of time this year in order to get started on this project. So
thank you.
That's what we're aiming for.
Very good, thank you. Are there any other questions from members of committee? Okay then, seeing none, and this was moved by Councillor Johns, I'd like to take a vote to approve the recommendations of the report and that they be ratified at the July 23rd meeting of the Municipal Council to secure contractual arrangements. All those in favor? And that is approved. Thank you very much. So we'll move on to item number 2. Engineering and Public Works Report EPW 2026-10, Road Occupancy Bylaw Repeal and Replacement. And so can I have a mover for this, please? Councillor Crone, thank you very much. And I'll give this over to General Manager Mike Molinari to speak to this report, which is my understanding that it's a housekeeping report.
Thank you. Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. Yes, this is a housekeeping report to update and consolidate a couple of town road occupancy bylaws, which have been in place roughly since 1973. So it's really updating to current standards. And so the proposed new and updated bylaw incorporates best management practices and will allow staff to better manage works within our right-of-way by utility companies and others. So some of the benefits of this will be consistency with other area municipalities, which is good for the utility companies to know what, so it's similar circumstances here as it would be in other areas that they're working on, so it's familiarity with what the requirements are. Enhancements to permit application requirements, improved safety for workers and the public, a better understanding of what the restoration obligations are, what emergency work procedures are, and improved enforcement mechanisms. So all in all, it's really an enhanced bylaw to help us manage work within the right-of-way and make sure that that's happening in a logical and reasonable process. So happy to answer any questions on that as well.
Thank you very much, General Manager Molinari. And I see we have a question from Councillor Roy DeClemente. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm glad to see this brought forward. Obviously, something that's from 1973 and 1996 warrants a bit of a modernization. I think having seen a lot of the infill activity that's taking place in our community, while this is about the road, does it also include the sidewalk occupancy? And I think for me, having seen homes that undergo significant renovation, there's damage to the sidewalk, there's damage in the road allowance, there's significant impact happening in the roadway and on the sidewalk. And I want to make sure that we're addressing that adequately across the board and not just in the roadway with dumped materials and things like that.
Through you, Madam Chair. Yes, so when we say the road, it's actually the right-of-way. So the right-of-way goes from property line to property line, includes a sidewalk and everything in between. So, yes.
Any other questions from members of the Committee of the Whole before we proceed to voting? Thank you very much, Councillor Crone, for moving this. And if there are no other questions, then I'll take a vote. All those in favor? And that motion is carried. Thank you very much. And so for the last item, the third item under Engineering and Public Works, there is a report, EPW 2026-13, East Town Line Bridges 113 and 114 update and extension to contract P-23-01. Can I have a mover for this, please? Okay, Councillor Crone, thank you. And so I'll hand it over to General Manager Molinari to go into some detail about this update.
Okay, through you, Madam Chair. So this project was awarded in December 2024, and with approved scope adjustments was required to be for the contractor to complete this in January of 2026, earlier this year. The town, through no fault of its own, has additional costs for contract administration and oversight due to the project duration extending beyond January. The town will be recovering costs associated with the extended timeline from the contractor through the mechanism that's available to us through the contract, which is liquidated damages. So EPW staff, our consultant, procurement, and legal have all spent considerable time and effort to move this project forward through to construction. There's been positive progress recently, and the contractor advises that they are looking to complete the two bridges by late 2026. While we recognize this is later than planned and this has been inconvenient to the public, we note that this is a big project, and working with the contractor to achieve completion is the most expeditious and cost-effective way of delivering the project. We also note that the new bridges have a robust design, and with our strong on-site supervision, residents can be assured the bridges are being constructed to a high quality and will provide excellent service many decades to come. The service life of these bridges is going to be 60 to 80 years. So a little bit of extra time right now to make sure we have it right will ensure that we have these bridges in place for many years to come. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. So we'll proceed to the first hand I see raised, which is Councillor Crone. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you to Mr. Molinari. It's not going to come as a surprise that, my ward mate and I, we've received numerous complaints about this, about the length of time that it's taking. We've been hearing from residents that live in the area that are inconvenienced. It's the common refrain is it's taken too long. I'm even hearing from not just my own residents, I'm hearing from residents of Uxbridge that are unhappy about it. So help me understand, this bridge closed we shut them down for safety reasons in 2022. We awarded the contract in 24, and we're now in the middle of 26. How did we get here? If you could give a Reader's Digest condensed version to the public listening, how did this happen? How did we get here? Why did it take so long?
Through you, Madam Chair. So essentially what we had is we had bridges that were not at end of life, but nearing end of life. We had heavy trucks that overloaded the bridges and as a result caused the bridges to fail prematurely and unexpectedly. So yes, they were taken out of service because they were unsafe at the time. We had to go through a process of understanding if the bridges were salvageable in their current state, and that process involved a number of consultants to assist us with assessing the bridges and determining if there was something salvageable or not. We looked at a couple of options, including some modular bridges, which would be very quick to install, but after some analysis, determined that the existing substructures were not suitable or strong enough to support those for a full 60 to 80 year service life, and as a result, the quick turnaround time to get those bridges back in service was not possible, and we had to resort back to a full bridge design and process with full design review with LSRCA, full geotech, the whole bit. So as a result, it took some time to get the design completed, and now that we have the design completed, we are looking to get it constructed. We awarded the project in December of 2024, and the hope was that it would be done within about a year. Unfortunately, we had difficulties with our contractor, and we are where we are right now in terms of nearing the completion of the bridge, but it certainly is taken a longer time on the construction side than when we anticipated. But really, in terms of from when the bridge failed to the getting the design done, that was all done fairly expeditiously when you look at the quantum of work that needed to be done. So that at a high level is kind of where we were, how it happened, and where we are today.
Through you, Madam Chair, I appreciate the context, Mr. Molinari. I understand that there's a difference in time between when you have a planned replacement of a bridge, where you can get a lot of the design and studies and all that out of the way, so that you can just focus on construction when you start. How much time do you think was chewed up just by design and all the other studies that had to go into it before we could even get a shovel in the ground?
Through you, Madam Chair. So I guess the other piece that complicates this is it's a boundary road. So it's actually owned by the town of East Gwillimbury and Uxbridge, both of those bridges. So there's two sides that we have to get agreement on what the process is going to be to go forward. So in terms of the what the strategy was when the bridge failed, there was a strategy to try and fix it. How do we expeditiously get this back into service? And that was the modular bridge approach that we spent a fair bit of time with a couple of consultants, and it looked promising. We actually put it out to tender, and the intention was to actually build a modular bridge. But out of just to be on the safe side, we made the first part of that design exercise to validate that modular bridge was going to give us the full life expectancy that we wanted, and good value for the town. And as part of that design exercise, they did some additional work on the foundation and found that the foundation, although it was not terrible, it was not great, but it would not have had the longevity that we were looking for if we're going to spend the money on that particular option. So that is where we thought we had a good solution to turn this around quickly. Unfortunately, the superstructure of the bridge was not suitable enough to do that option. So the plan B wasn't to go back and retender. We built that into the project, and we were able to kind of shift gears and move forward with the full bridge replacement, which requires additional time to do. And we heard this morning a little bit about climate adaptation, et cetera. Part of this is when you rebuild the bridge, you have to make sure that the span is suitable, and that what you're spanning over is not going to move too much, or that you've accommodated that. So it's not just detailed design of a bridge and just crank that out. It's about looking at the whole area, making sure you've got all the inputs sorted out, and it is a fairly detailed process to do that. So which involves a number of approvals from different agencies, et cetera, geotechnical, LSRCA, lots of different areas that have comment and input into it. So it takes time. These things don't happen overnight. To your point, with regards to being proactive, yes, we have a number of bridges where as we reach the end of the service life, we actually prepare bridge designs in advance, and sometimes we put them on the shelf and wait for grant funding to come out. And if it comes out within the 5 years or so that we've got that design on the shelf, then we can take advantage of those funds. Sometimes that happens, sometimes it doesn't, but at least you're ready to go. And given the state of a couple of our bridges, we're moving forward with a bridge strategy that we'll be looking at the other bridges that we have and making sure that they are, all of our bridges are inspected every 2 years. So we know that unless there's some sort of heavy vehicle that's going to damage it prematurely, we know that based on normal usage, we've got time in order to advance those bridge designs. But we will be bringing those forward a little more quickly because of some of the issues we've had with the other bridges and our experiences with them. So we will be looking to get some of those, a strategy together on some of the other bridges in town, especially some that may be from the same vintage area and same wood structure, because they have not, they're a little more unpredictable towards the end of their service life than some other bridges. And the types of vehicles we have today are much different than the vehicles that were using those bridges when they were designed 60 years ago. We still have some bridges that are from 1940 in town. So those sorts of bridges have been fine, but and there's luckily there's probably not the same type of traffic on some of those roads or heavy trucks on those roads, but we will be putting a strategy together to look at getting those bridges redesigned and getting some new infrastructure that will support the town for the next 60 to 80 years.
Okay. One last, Madam Chair. You anticipated my next question was, how are we going to prevent this from happening again? So it sounds like you're on it. I guess my last comment is what role does asset management or asset management strategy play in all of this? And I don't know if it's you or Mr. Velchich that's the answer. I'll let whoever wants to, but how does asset management strategy play a role in this?
Well, asset management is really the backbone of when do you replace and do you have the money to replace. So it's figuring out what's the best time to do that. And asset management in the town actually started in EPW. So we have that ingrained into our staff, and our staff are very familiar with it. So at this point, it's going to be a bit of a there's going to be some push and pull with regards to available funding. Bridges are expensive, and you don't want to be, part of asset management is making sure you use your assets for the lifespan that they've been designed for. Because if you replace them at 70% lifespan, then you've technically not utilized 30% of the value of that structure. So we could go out and replace everything tomorrow, but that probably is not, from a making sure that nothing bad ever happens to them. Well, yes, that would be the answer. But are you taking full carriage of the actual asset management and the value that's in that infrastructure? No, you're not. So really, it's a balancing act between your available funds, where the service life of your structures and infrastructure is, and balancing some of that to make sure that you're getting the maximum utility out of it. And you don't want to replace it like the minute before it fails, but you have to find the right balance in terms of replacing it at a reasonable time to ensure that you've got your infrastructure that's functioning properly. So that's kind of a little bit of the challenge. There's a science to it, and then there's a little bit of what makes sense.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, General Manager Molinari. And so I see Councillor Roy DeClementi's hand is up. Would you like to ask a question? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess what I was trying to understand was the clause asks us to award an extension to Lee Consulting for another $218,000 to undertake the increased contract admin and inspections. But are these not the people who were in charge of making sure that this project was on time and on budget? I'm wondering why we would reward them for not delivering on time by extending their contract.
Through you, Madam Chair. So Lee is the contract administrator. The contractor who's building the bridge is responsible to build the bridge. The contract administrator ensures that the contractor is building the bridge to the specifications, that is doing things right. They are not directing the contractor to ensure the contractor is doing the work on time. The contractor is responsible to themselves to do that work. And it's very, you really don't want to be in a spot where your contract administrator is directing the contractor on how to do their work, because the contractor is the constructor. The contract administrator is the administrator overseeing the work. They are not directing the work. So we actually have a very skilled and knowledgeable, experienced contract administrator on this project. And he has his time, the cost that goes to him is completely dependent on how much time it takes for the contractor to get the work done. He has to be out on site, he has to be managing the site, and if the contractor's completing their work slowly, then it's going to take more time for that contract administrator to oversee that work. So the progress is not the contract administrator's responsibility. It is the contractor, and really Lee is really just putting the time in to oversee that contract. And this extra that we're looking for is going to be recovered through liquidated damages that are going to be paid to, so the town will recover this cost from the contractor through liquidated damage, because the contractor was supposed to be complete by January of this year.
Okay, well, I see another hand raised with Councillor Johns. What is your question, Councillor Johns? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It actually does relate to the liquidated damages, and if I can believe I'm saying this, it's on 687 of page 690 of our agenda here. And so when it says liquidated damages, you have referenced up to July 21st, 2026, and it's 280,500. And then it says future additional liquidated damages, so past July 22nd or 21st, which is July 22nd to February 1st, and it has 292,500. But then there's a word that says prorated. So is the 280,500 and then additional time on top of that, the close to 300,000? Or are what you saying is that, you know, if it goes to February 1st, there will be an additional $12,000 of liquidated damages?
Through you, Madam Chair. So liquidated damages are going to be paid for each day the contract goes beyond its originally permitted date. So every day past, I forget which day it is in January, but every day past that, there's a certain amount of liquidated damages that will be added to the contract that will be used to pay Lee and for our contract administration, et cetera. We don't know when the contract is going to be finished at this point. We know it's still going on now. We know that it's going to take them a couple of months, and we're hopeful that the project will be done by the end of this year. But rather than come back to council again, we have built in a little bit of extra in there so that we've got enough to be able to finish off the project, and then depending on how many days it took the contractor to do that, that will determine what the payment to Lee will be. So it's kind of like creating a budget, but we're only going to pay based on what we actually need.
So is the delta 12,000, or are you saying it's 280 plus 292.5, or is the delta 12,000?
Through you, I believe the delta was just the difference between when we expect the contract to be done and going. If it runs into next year, there may be an extra sum of money that would be required to get us into approximately the February timeframe.
Okay, yes, oh, sorry, yes, do you have a follow-up question, Councillor Johns?
I'll follow up with the general manager outside of council just so I can get clarity on the amount that I'm asking for, because I don't know that I had that answered, but I will get that answered on the side in follow-up. But then my follow-up question would be, is that number punitive? Like, are we encouraging to get this done? Like, is there, because if the number is 12,000 versus 300,000, there's a large difference. Like, are we encouraging to get this done in the fastest amount of time, working at all available hours? Like, the sense of urgency, time is of the essence. Like, is that commensurate to what needs to happen?
Through you, Madam Chair. So we have been pushing the contractor hard. There are certain projects that staff spend a lot of time on, and there's a lot of hand-holding. This is one of those projects. Our staff has spent considerable time looking after this. So I actually forgot your question.
I don't think we're going to solve anything today. I think the opportunity to move forward is that timelines, the opportunity with with clear deliverables, and the fact that if deliverables aren't met, the contractors are clearly incentivized to do that. That's what we need to do. We need to fix the damn bridges. So I don't think this part of the conversation will benefit, but there we go.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else on council who would like to speak or ask a question of General Manager Molinari? Okay. Seeing none, I would like to take a vote on this report that is before us in terms of the update and the extension to contract P-23-01. All those in favor? Thank you, and that is approved. And so General Manager Molinari, do you have anything else you'd like to say?
Through you, Madam Chair, nothing further at this time. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And as chair, I would just like to acknowledge, I didn't do it at the beginning of the meeting, but I just wanted to acknowledge that with the major storm that we experienced in East Gwillimbury on July 1st on Canada Day, I wanted to thank all of the staff members throughout the municipality who were dealing with trees downed and other issues evolving from that terrible storm that took place that date. So I want to thank everyone in the Department of Engineering and Public Works and across the municipality for all of their hard work. Thank you very much. And so I will pass the chair back to you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. We've all had a long day today. There are no items listed on the prepared agenda under L through P. And are there any updates to share with members of council? That's the one question I have, and if there is, perhaps we can determine what is available and what timing we're looking at. Does anyone have that, or would you rather go back to the office and set it up at that point? Sorry, couldn't hear you.
I think we're good, Madam Mayor, if you wanted to move L through P. And then I'm happy to move L through P, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Well, seeing that we have, we'll move to Q, which is actually our adjournment. And moved by yourself, be it resolved that the meeting of Committee of the Whole adjournment at 3:33 p.m. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much to everyone. Great afternoon.